friends, real quick. We're on a mission to hit 25,000 subscribers by Halloween, and every single sub, like, and comment helps push The Darkest Hour out to a wider audience. And remember, we never have ads in between our stories. So if you enjoy spooky stories and want to help this haunted little corner of YouTube grow, hit that subscribe button because it truly makes a difference. Thank you. Now, on with the show. The mid-90s, I was driving cross-country when I stopped at a roadside motel just outside of Reno. I remember the sign was missing half its letters, but they had vacancy, so the carpet inside was worn thin in the middle. The walls had that stale scent of cigarettes. The whole room did. I remember the clerk didn't give me much trouble, just handed me a key without a word. Basically, this wasn't a family place, but it was a place, and I needed to sleep. The room itself was spare. A sagging bed with a floral bedspread, a television bolted to the dresser, and an air conditioner that rattled with every cycle, but was absolutely necessary. What stood out most was the mirror, a wall-length panel stretching across one side of the room to the other, reflecting the whole room in perfect view. It was an interesting design choice. Somehow it made the room feel smaller, like I was sharing the space with myself. I unpacked, showered, and sat on the edge of the bed, flipping through channels. When I leaned forward to set the remote down, I caught the reflection in the glass. It leaned forward too, but a beat slower. My reflection. I stared at it, waiting. Nothing else happened. The reflection just stared back as it should. I told myself that I was way tired. Maybe I'd moved quicker than I realized, lightheaded. But the longer I stayed in that room, the more I noticed the odd mirror. Every time I glanced at it, there was something small, too small to explain to anyone else. A blink that came a fraction too late. A hand that didn't return to its lap at the same time that mine did. The differences grew bolder. I found it hard to get to sleep despite how tired I was. I stood to grab my bag and put it somewhere else. In the mirror, my reflection was already on its feet, waiting. I tilted my head to one side, and it held still for a moment too long. It wasn't lagging. It was choosing. I tried to shake it off, but the unease kept building. I avoided looking at the mirror, but that was almost impossible. I could still see it out of my periffs without even trying. I would try to focus on the TV, on the walls, on the worn Bible in the drawer. Still, out of the corner of my eye, I could see movement. I could see a shadow building, somewhere off to the right, despite the fact that I was laying down. As counterintuitive as it sounds, I turned the TV off, killed the lights. I didn't want to be able to see anything. I got back into bed, and I didn't sleep much. I was listening to every tick of the air conditioner, every passing car. Something was there with me, but at least I couldn't see it. When the morning came, the mirror showed only what it should have. Me, tired and pale, gathering my things. No hesitation, just a reflection again. I checked out and slid the key across the counter. I don't have an explanation. Maybe it was exhaustion, my brain playing some tricks on me after too many hours on the road. I tell myself that sometimes. Makes it easier. But I can still see that weird reflection. The version of me in the mirror. The one that wasn't really me. I haven't stayed in a motel like that since. When I do stay somewhere, Anywhere with a mirror, really. I can't get it out of my mind. I guess I don't want it to happen again. Once was enough. There's a story my grandma used to tell me about the time she met the devil herself. It's the main reason I've never used a Ouija board, and I always tell others, don't touch those things. I'd like to share it. It's not a story for the faint of heart, nor is it a story that I should have been told as a little girl. There's a chance that she could have made the whole thing up just to scare me, but that's not like her. Not my gran. I guess I can't be sure, but she stayed faithful to it like the gospel till the day she died. This was also her only story of this variety. My grandma had plenty that she'd repeat during the years she babysat me. Little fables, lessons disguised as childhood adventures, stories of the Dust Bowl or the polio scare. But this one, she only ever told it twice, and then she'd get quiet, like she was ashamed of it or scared of saying too much. It goes like this. My grandma's name was Dorothy, but since she was a child, everyone's called her Dot. She grew up in Florence, Arizona. Small town, hard dust, harder people. When she was 13, she and her older cousin Louise got it in their heads that they should try to summon a spirit. It wasn't uncommon at the time. This was the 1940s, and the occult had become a strange little trend among teenagers. Seances were fashionable. Ouija boards were sold in toy stores. There was a sort of hush-hush excitement about calling on the other side, like telling ghost stories in a thunderstorm. But Dot never liked the idea. Louise was the instigator. She found the board in her father's attic after he passed. One of those older wooden ones. It had the ordnance lettering, heavy planchette. The plan was to use it in a small root cellar behind their aunt's house. Dot told me the second that they climbed down into the little space, she felt bad. The air was hot and stale, but her skin was covered in goosebumps. She said the second Louise placed the board down and lit a candle, it felt like something in the ground turned over. Like a breath, but under her feet. They asked stupid questions at first. What's your name? Did you die here? Can you make a sound? Dot said the planchette never moved. Until finally, something small. You could almost chalk it up to a twitch or shared nerves. But then it started spelling. Slowly. Painfully slow. The board spelled out one word. Sinner. They laughed. Nervous laughter, though. They thought maybe someone was playing a trick on them. But how could that be? Well, Dot was convinced that Louise was doing it, even though she swore she wasn't. And then the candle went out. It didn't flicker or sputter. It was like someone pinched the flame with fingers. Now the cellar was darker than dark. Then there was a smell. My grandma told me it was like sulfur and rot, and something sweet underneath it, like fruit gone bad, like something trying to hide its real odor, which was putrid. They tried to leave, but it was dark, and something held them still. Dot never explained how, just that she couldn't move. Her arms wouldn't lift. Her voice wouldn't work. She felt stuck inside her own body. She'd learn after that Louise was frozen too, right across from her, with her mouth slightly open, eyes wide, just like Dot. The planchette began to move again, on its own. They weren't touching it, but they could hear it. And that's when she heard footsteps, not in the dirt above, not in the house, in the cellar, with them, just behind her and off to the side, stepping slow, like whatever it was had all the time in the world. Dot crawled around, anxious to get to the door, to let in some light. And somehow, she made it. She could move, and she was there, and she opened the door. Light from the outside came pouring in, and she turned around. She could see Louise was still frozen, and the thing, she wouldn't call it a man, but this thing spoke in a voice that was clear and deep and slow, like syrup dripping off a knife's edge. "You were told not to call me," it said. Louise let out a shriek, and together they got their legs to work. They bolted up the stairs so fast that they scraped the skin off their knees. They didn't even shut the door behind them. Dot said that she didn't sleep that night. Not after her aunt slapped her and Louise for getting into something they shouldn't have. That wasn't all that haunted her. It was what came after. The next Sunday, she went to church with her mother like always. Same pew, same preacher. When the preacher walked in that morning, Dot swore her blood went cold. He looked the same to everyone else, but not to her. She said he had the same voice, that slow, syrupy tone. He even looked at her once during the sermon and smiled. She said it was the same smile you'd give someone when you knew a secret that would break them. She never went back to church after that. Her mother was furious, but she wouldn't budge. And Louise wouldn't talk about what happened at all. She pretended like none of it was real. My grandma told me she never saw anything quite like that again, but she still smells it sometimes. That burnt, sugary stench. She'd smell it in her room on nights when the wind was still, in the hallway if she prayed too long. She always told me, "Don't ever try to open that door. Even if you think it's just a game, it's not." I asked her just once before she passed if she really believed it was the devil. She looked at me stone sober, clear-eyed, and said, "I don't believe it. I know it." A few years back, my cousin asked me to help clean out our late uncle's farmhouse. Most of the house was cluttered with what you'd expect: boxes of old clothes, rusted tools, stacks of newspapers. But when we got up to the attic, we noticed a small hatch tucked into the corner, barely visible behind some crates. It was padlocked shut. My cousin said he'd never seen it before. Neither had I. The side of that padlock pulled us in, and there was no way we'd ignore it. We pried it open. Inside was a crawl space no bigger than a closet. The wood inside was carved with strange shapes, circles intersecting at odd angles, lines that didn't form words but repeated over and over. And there was melted wax crusted to the floorboards. In the far corner were bones, small ones, maybe from birds or rabbits. We shut the hatch and we didn't say much after that. But that night I stayed in the guest room downstairs. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a faint scratching noise above me. It wasn't mice. It was heavier, like something shifting its weight back and forth across the boards directly overhead. The sound went on for minutes, stopping just long enough for me to wonder if I'd imagined it before it started again. In the morning, I told my cousin. He brushed it off. Old house noises for sure, nothing more. But when we went back up to check, the hatch was slightly open. One of the boards inside had been pushed outward, like something had tried to force its way through. And what's more, scratched into the floor beneath the bed where I'd been sleeping was a single word, jagged, deep in the wood grain. Mine. My cousin swore it hadn't been there the day before, and that he wasn't messing with me. We didn't argue about it. We just avoided the attic for the rest of the weekend and finished boxing up what we needed. I left early, telling him I had to work. Even now, years later, miles away. I sometimes wake up to the sound of scratching. I really honestly wonder if something followed me sometimes, but I try not to feed into it. But my real takeaway, sometimes things are locked for a reason. "20 years ago, I worked nights as a nurse, and there's one patient that I've never been able to forget. He wasn't admitted for anything life-threatening, just dehydration after a long stretch of heat. Mid-40s, polite, easygoing. You would expect it would be a simple case. But every time I walked into his room, the air, the pressure, it was heavier. Not enough to sound alarms, just enough that it made me notice. I'd step back into the hallway and it was gone. Step inside again and there it was, sitting on my chest. He stayed upright in bed most of the night, eyes fixed past me on the wall. His lips moved constantly. A soft murmur I couldn't place at first. When I leaned closer, I realized that he was saying names, not staff or family, names that didn't belong to anyone I knew. And then I heard my own. When I came back later, he finally looked at me, his gaze locked in place, not quite finding my face, as if I were glass and he was staring through me at something further off. And then he said, "You know me. You've always known me." The words came out deeper than his usual tone. Steady, measured, too precise to sound like they were coming from a man lying in a hospital bed. Every muscle in my body went still. I didn't step forward or shift. I just waited while his stare bored through me. And then as quickly as it started, his eyes slid shut. His head rested back against the pillow, and he looked like he'd simply fallen asleep. The next morning I asked if he remembered anything unusual. He told me that he hadn't stirred once. It was the best sleep he'd had in days. On paper, nothing was wrong. Vitals stable, fluids working. But I couldn't shake the way his words carried weight. Delivered with the precision of someone who knew exactly what they were saying, even though it didn't make sense. I've seen patients under heavy medication, wild with fever, lost in confusion. When he was eventually discharged, that room, it still felt the same way. I honestly became convinced that he'd left something behind. And that was my last month working nights there. But even decades later, I'll hear the memory of that voice, usually in my dreams. The calm certainty of it saying my name, reminding me I'd always known it. And in those dreams, I almost believe that I did. The whole experience is so unsettling. I've never really known what to call it. Didn't quite feel like a spiritual experience, but it did feel a little out of this world. I was making the drive from Las Vegas back to LA. So, desert time. It was past midnight. The road was empty except for my headlights, and there was somebody on the shoulder. A young man, maybe mid-20s, walking with his thumb half raised like he didn't expect someone to actually stop. Normally I wouldn't. Hitchhikers can mean trouble. But I was heading toward nowhere fast anyway. But something about the way he walked, steady, normal, if you will, well, it made me slow down. When he climbed in, he didn't say thank you. He buckled his seatbelt and stared straight ahead. We drove in silence for a while. His clothes looked dusty but not dirty, like he'd been walking a long time but hadn't worked up a sweat. His hands, though, they eventually caught my eye. His fingernails were cracked. The tips of his fingers darkened, as if they'd been burned. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, almost formal. The sun burns, but not as I burn. He said this, eyes still fixed on the road. I forced a laugh, asked if he'd been out long. He didn't answer. The more I glanced at him, the more I noticed how he was sitting, how he carried himself. No shifting in his seat, no tapping of his feet or fingers. Just upright, belt drawn tight, hands folded together over his lap, with what looked like scorched skin resting against the faded fabric of his jeans. When he did speak again, it was in the same flat, measured tone, steady. It won't be long now. I asked, what won't? He turned then, just enough for me to see his eyes. They were dark, not with exhaustion, more like depth, endless. He asked to be let out at a crossroad a few miles ahead. No town nearby, no lights, just an intersection of two empty desert roads. I slowed and pulled over. He unbuckled. Leaned over to open the door, he said, "You'll see me again when you've forgotten this." And then he stepped away. I guess he stepped away into darkness, but he really seemed to disappear entirely. I checked the rearview mirror as I pulled onto the highway. It was empty. No figure walking away. Nothing. Years passed, and I didn't think of him much. Life was filled with ordinary things, work, family, routines, and it really left little space for midnight memories. And then I went to a funeral. A small service, barely 24 people. It was in a church at the edge of town. When I looked across the room, I saw him. Same face, same dark eyes, same hands, folded neatly together. His scorched fingertips were even there. He sat in the back row. When I blinked, that same pew was empty. I can't explain that, but I know it happened. I've only used a Ouija board once in my life. It was at a friend's apartment in college, on the second floor of a building that always smelled like someone else's dinner. 5 of us were there. We'd pushed the coffee table aside, sat cross-legged on the carpet, and passed around a bottle of cheap wine until our teeth looked a little bit stained in the candlelight. Once proper buzzed, someone produced the board from the back of a closet. Creased lid, corners taped. It looked like an old Halloween decoration. I wasn't a believer. I don't think any of us were. Not really. We were bored, maybe, and curious. Felt like a dare without consequences sort of thing. We started with the usual questions of, is anyone there? What's your name? The planchette didn't do anything. One of my friends said we needed to refocus, that we shouldn't have drank before, that they read that was bad or something. So we closed our eyes, took a deep breath, and continued to ask questions. The planchette actually crept. It was suspicious. We were looking at each other, sort of rapid fire, wondering who's the culprit. I was thinking of excusing myself. I suddenly didn't like that it was moving. But then it changed. The little pointer steadied, like someone more sure of themselves had taken over. It slid cleanly, without a hitch. Month, day, and year. October 17th, 2024. We all laughed uncomfortably. "What's supposed to happen?" someone asked. We waited, but nothing. The planchette sat in the middle of the board like a dead moth. Someone made a joke about my future wedding date. Someone else said it was probably when I'd finally pay them back for pizza. They were targeting me because I'd asked the question. But my question didn't warrant a date. didn't. I just said, tell us something we don't know. We eventually moved on to music and snacks, talking about who liked who, what we were doing that month, all that stuff. But even through it all, I still kept thinking about that date. It stayed in my mind. It didn't sit in my memory like something trivial. It wasn't a novelty I could misplace. It sat with weight, like a phrase you can't remember where you heard, only it repeats itself when you're doing the most ordinary things, folding shirts, rinsing dishes. The date would flicker up, whole and exact. I never had to reach for it, it was just there. I told myself that it was nothing. You notice what you decide to notice. But then it started appearing in little corners of life that you don't control. I mean, the microwave would say 1017, receipt total 1017. I'd get a new employee badge, and the last 4 digits would be 1017. A news site I checked every day posted an article with a timestamp of 10:17 a.m., and I stared at it for far too long, longer than the headline deserved. I walked past a mailbox tag once, Unit 1017, and I felt my chest drop the way that you do when you miss a step in the dark. This feeling was constant. I didn't live in a cascade of 1017s, but it appeared often enough to feel pointed, like being tapped on the shoulder by nothing in particular. I told my mom about it once on the phone. Not the Ouija part, just the date seemed to follow me around. She said, well, remember it and call me when it happens, so I can say I told you so when it's nothing. She had a way of taking the edge off, making me not worry. I could hear her kettle click in the background. Electric, squat. She'd bought it because a friend said it was faster than the stove. You know you read meaning into things when you're anxious, she said. So try not to feed it, okay? Her voice did that soft drop on okay, like she was placing the word into my hand. Years rolled by. The date stayed where it had always been, like a splinter under the skin. Every October 17th came and went without incident. I'd wake up the next day and feel equal parts silly and relieved. I learned to let the sight of it pass through me, on clocks, receipts, table numbers, tiny coincidences that I could step around. I didn't stop noticing, but I stopped asking what it wanted. In college, I found that I was closer to my mom than I'd ever been. I saw her whenever I could. She had a way of filling a room with warmth without doing anything special. Tea, an apple slice on a plate, the porch door cracked for air. When I stayed over, we'd sit in our socks and watch whatever was going on, talking through commercials of whatever was on TV. She kept a recipe box with her handwriting on index cards, neat and looping letters that looked exactly like they had when I was a kid. She saved voice messages, even when they were just me saying I'd be late. It's nice to have your voice around, she'd say, when the house is quiet. She was sweet. When October 17th, 2024 finally got close enough to be a month on my calendar, I found myself waiting without meaning to. Not with dread exactly, with a kind of patient curiosity. I didn't want to admit to it. It was a Thursday. I worked from home in the morning, answering emails, ate the rest of a container of soup that tasted fine until I read the label and saw that the serving size was more than one. I sent a joke about the date to a group chat. If I vanished today, it was the demons, LOL. Someone sent back a skull emoji. Another sent a screenshot of their clock at 10:17 with a sideways eye emoji. My mom called around 3. Hi, darling, she said, the way she always did. She asked about work. I asked about the neighbor's new dog, the one that howled like a flute. Her words, not mine. We talked about nothing in particular. In the background, I could hear the electric kettle hum. I'll make tea and call your aunt, she said. She'll want to tell me how I'm using the wrong kind of honey again. She laughed. that soft, breathy laugh that made me laugh too. "You sound good," she said, like she was noting a weather change. "Call me this weekend? I might make that stew you like." We hung up. I stood in the kitchen longer than made sense, phone still in my hand. I guess I was feeling relieved that the day had already given me something good. By evening, I'd almost stopped thinking about it. I watched a dumb show and folded a towel wrong and refolded it. I put my phone face down on the couch cushion. When it buzzed, I let it go a second, and then I picked up without looking at the screen. "Hello?" It was my dad. He sounded like the phone line was a long hallway, and he was at the other end. Not sure which room he was calling into. "Hey," he said. And then my name, like a test. He didn't say hello. Nobody says hello like that when something's wrong. He started, and stopped like he'd hit a doorway that he hadn't seen. She fell. In the kitchen. They think it was her heart. I stood. I don't remember deciding to. I walked toward the door because I needed something to move. He told me he'd been in the yard doing work, had his headphones in. A neighbor came running over, said there was a smoke alarm going off. The paramedics came quickly, he said. A heart attack. In the kettle, it started a small fire on the countertop. I don't remember what I said. I remember the shape of the quiet after we hung up, though. I remember turning my phone over and seeing the recent call list. The time next to my dad's phone call. 10:17 p.m. We're very good at bending the world to fit shape when we need to. And we're very good at telling ourselves that we meant to call, we meant to leave earlier, we meant to say more, say anything else at all. I stood in my own kitchen and put my hand on the counter because it was something that held. I could feel my knees going weak. Without that countertop, I was jello. I looked at the microwave clock and turned away before I could see the numbers. In the days that followed, the moments stacked and unstacked like there was a hand somewhere rearranging them. The neighbor's casserole, wrapped in foil, the couch with its too clean blanket, the recipe box on the table. I found the stew card, her handwriting neat and certain, salt and bay leaf listed in a row of ingredients that always tasted like her house. A yellow sticky note at the bottom in smaller letters. Start the kettle first, so you have something warm while you chop. I pressed my thumb to the pencil impression and felt the urge to call and ask her what kind of honey she liked now, if she'd changed her mind. There's paperwork for everything. People will hand you envelopes and say take your time and mean it and not mean it. There's appointments and a new weight to your own name when you say it to strangers. I learned the way a room changes when you speak out loud the fact of a person's absence. My dad told the story of the night in small pieces, each time shaving off an edge to make it smoother to carry. Tea, he'd say, like a period. And I'd see the kettle again, and I'd check the clock without meaning to. He told me later that the paramedics had a time that they wrote down that wasn't the time I saw on my phone. He said the neighbor was the one who took the kettle off the base. He said the smoke alarm chirps differently when it's steam and not smoke. He was trying to do everything in his power to make me feel like I wasn't responsible, like I hadn't predicted something terrible. And I appreciate him for that. I really do. And for what it's worth, the date stopped showing up after that. I didn't see 10:17 on the microwave the way I used to. But now, for a completely different reason, I'd never forget that day. You can tell yourself it meant nothing. A coincidence that learned how to walk beside you. A trick of attention. Maybe that's the safest place to set it down. I know what it looked like to carry it for years, and I know what it felt like when it landed. Now, sometimes late at night, when my apartment is as quiet as it gets, I'll play her old messages just to hear her say hello. My phone marks them with dates and times. I haven't touched a Ouija board since that one time in college. I kept the story to myself for years, partly because I didn't want to be the person who believed in something I couldn't explain, and partly because there's a tenderness you feel for your own grief that makes you guard it from other people's explanations. The board didn't give me a warning I understood. It didn't tell me what to do, who to hold on to, where to be. It handed me a date and left me to decide whether to carry it. I carried it. It arrived on time. If you ask me what I believe now, I tell you I don't know. I know there was a night in a second-floor apartment with bad carpet and a board that spelled a future I couldn't read. I know that there was a Thursday years later that looked ordinary when I wrote it down, but it doesn't feel that way anymore. I don't think the board was telling me what would happen. I think it was telling me when I would have to live with it, the inevitable. And I do. I live with it. Some nights it feels like carrying a date written on paper that strong hands won't let me tear. Other nights it's simple. Make tea, stir the stew. If you're here, I'm sure I don't have to argue about the existence of the spirit world. I saw it with my own eyes firsthand, and I know there's a police report stuffed away somewhere in a North Texas filing cabinet with my name on it. I was a teenager when this happened. I was standing at the crosswalk, waiting on the corner of an intersection. The sun was right overhead, and I was only a few blocks away from shade and my destination. I was wearing headphones, listening to music on my iPod, but because it was so hot outside, it felt like the light was taking forever to change over. An old woman walked right beside me, and I'll never forget the look she had on her face. It was a dead-eyed smile. I looked over at her right as she panned her head over to look at me. She was a lot shorter than me, and the grin stayed perfectly unmoved when she turned towards me. I smiled back and turned my attention back to the passing traffic. I didn't like looking into her eyes, and her being next to me made me feel antsy. I could see that she's still looking over at me. Not wanting to be rude, I took off my headphones and said hi. The smile on her face grew. Her teeth were brown and black as if she'd never heard of a toothbrush. And when she started talking to me, I was caught off guard because she spoke with a thick accent, like she'd come straight from 1700s London. You don't often hear someone talking with an accent like that around this area. She said, "Oi, you're in for a treat, girlie." I said, "No thank you," because I thought she was offering me something. But she tells me, "The treat's not for you, dear, but if you stick around, you can see the show." The things she was saying made no sense, and I was about to politely put my headphones back on, but she gently grabbed my forearm and physically held my arm down and told me I'm going to want to keep those off to really appreciate the show. Her behavior gave me the impression that she was senile. When she grabbed me, it wasn't hard, but her touch sent shockwaves through my body, like her fingers were electrical conductors, snapping me into focusing solely on her. The old woman says, "Take exactly 4 steps backwards, heel to toe." I ask why, and she says, "It's for your own good. I'd do it fast though, Lily." No joke. This little old woman knew my name, and when she said it, Alarm bells went off in my head, like I knew I needed to listen to what she was saying and follow it to a T. Somehow I knew my life depended on those next 4 steps, and I'd soon find out how right I was. So I started walking backwards, making sure to measure my steps heel to toe. Still, not knowing why she wanted me to do it, I count 4 paces, asked if I was in the right spot. She curled the tip of her pointer finger to touch the tip of her thumb, like bingo. Then she turned back to face the traffic. She stood at the edge of the curb, close enough for the cars to blow her hair around when they zoomed by. For a moment, I said nothing, because it was the first time I'd really gotten a look at what the lady was wearing, and boy howdy, she had on the flashiest boots I'd ever seen. Red and white cowboy boots. The lining sparkled like there were diamonds in the stitches. White pants and white blazer jacket on top, like a cowboy version of Saturday Night Fever. It was the kind of tacky that you only see with super old wealthy people. It wasn't about having any fashion sense. It was a statement without words. I knew every item that she had was probably worth more than what I'd made in a year. The awestruck only wearing off when I saw the tips of those shiny boots move more off the curb. So seeing this, I think to myself, do I grab her? But in a split second of the thought popping into my head, the old woman spoke to me, in my head. Like even though she was still on the edge of traffic, back turned toward me on a busy intersection, I heard her voice crystal clear, like she was standing next to me again. It said not to move a single inch. So I didn't. I thought to myself, what just... But she had the answer ready for me. Before I knew what to ask, I understood that I wasn't supposed to understand what was going on. I was in the wrong place at the right time, and this entity dressed as an old woman, she was kind enough to give me a peek around the curtain, and it changed my perspective on how the world works. The way she said this next thing, it sounded so poetic. I remembered it later and wrote it down so I'd never forget. She said, "The beast and the beauty are one and the same. Miracles grow from terrible things." The old woman turned around for the final time to face me. The pale blue eyes that were sunk beneath her wrinkles were now glowing black. It looked like her bone structure had physically changed. The elderly woman's gentle face had transformed to a younger-looking one, with sharp, rigid, triangular features. Her chin thinned down to a point, and the age lines all disappeared on her face. She was hauntingly beautiful, ghastly, alluring, like a Disney villain. I knew that she could hear me thinking that too, because a smile stretched across her face. Then I watched her red and white boots step backwards off the curb and the woman vanish into the air, like the curb was a doorway to a place I couldn't see. But as she did this, I hear the sound of tires screeching. I look over to my left just in time to see a green Toyota Camry rear-end the car in front of it. The Camry hit it so hard, it ricocheted onto the sidewalk, balancing on 2 wheels. It blew past me, close enough to smell the burning rubber of the tires. It rolled and hit another row of cars waiting at the red light. It was a huge accident that happened in a matter of seconds. I'm a registered nurse now, but then I guess I was just going off instinct. I immediately started running to the affected cars to check on everyone's condition. If I hadn't stuck around, I wouldn't have been able to fully recognize the significance of it all. Each moment was a square in a Rubik's Cube, and all the colors would line up a day later, in an undeniable pattern of sequences that changed my internal belief the more I got lost staring into the motif of it all. Because I think I was the only one who saw the woman that day. It wasn't her stepping off the curb that led to the accident, though I do believe she was somehow the start of the chain reaction of events that followed. To the best of my knowledge and understanding, this is what happened. The woman stepped off the curb and disappears at the same time a car is slowing down to take a right turn. He was the last person I checked on because his car received the least amount of damage. He said he'd forgotten something and was turning around to go home. He thought that he was responsible because he slammed on his brakes so he could make the turn. I don't think it would have mattered, though, because the man in the Toyota was having a heart attack. He was a young man, healthy, probably mid-40s, out of the blue. He has a full-on cardiac arrest situation and loses control of his car. He then clips the car in front of him and almost killed me when it went onto the sidewalk. The Camry rolls and stopped after T-boning a van on the other side of the road, and the man having a heart attack died upside down, still seatbelted into his seat. The side of the van was crushed, sandwiched between the Camry and a car in the lane over. When police arrived on the scene, they directed the driver of the van to get out, telling him to crawl out through the back of the van. Their orders seemed to aggravate the man, and he became confrontational to the cops. It's normal to be confused and shaken up after being involved in an accident like that. English also wasn't his first language, but the way he was acting was as if he had no concern with the wreckage. He was only upset by the two officers yelling at him. One of the cops continues to shout directions at him to exit the vehicle, as the other walks to the rear end of the van to try to pry the back doors open. The driver became irate when he saw the cop walk toward the back of the van. When the police and ambulances arrived, I made my way back to the sidewalk, and I'm able to see the side of the van. I see the cop walk around the back and use a tool to prop the door open. When the doors open, the tool the cop was using is dropped on the ground, and he barks something to his partner that makes both officers point their guns at the driver of the van. Both cops are yelling at the man, using their radios to get more cops on the scene. Soon, all 4 roads of this intersection are blocked. There's police activity everywhere, and I come to find out that this car accident had somehow turned into a hostage negotiation. I think that lasted for a few more hours after I left. Later, I'd see it on the news that police had apprehended a human trafficking suspect that was transporting victims in the back of that van. Worst part is I'm pretty sure they weren't adults. For many reasons, I won't forget that day. I was able to witness something bigger than myself. I was able to see that there's a bigger plot we all play a role in. It's like what Shakespeare's "All the world's a stage" quote says. There's a bigger story that we're all a part of, and the show must go on. All we can hope is that the characters we play aren't cast as supporting roles. I've tried to keep this close to me ever since then. Be the best character I can be, spread the most happiness I can so that I don't get cut from the final act. Sounds a little paranoid, yes, and there's probably a lot more meaning and symbolism behind it all. But there's no bad reason to start living better. That's why I'm here, though. Put yourself in my shoes and try to find the meaning behind that day. You rearrange the Rubik's Cube of events and tell me if you found a different way to think about it. This is a story about my brother, Daniel, and how he was possessed. My brother had always been a little different after his accident. Quieter, maybe more serious, but everyone said that was just the trauma talking. He'd been thrown from his motorcycle, knocked unconscious, and woke up in the hospital with a broken leg, 3 missing teeth, and a scar that cut a perfect arc from his ear to his jaw. He'd suffered a concussion, obviously. He said that he didn't remember the crash. That was probably for the best. The first time I noticed something was off, it was his voice. It was about a week after he came home. We were sitting in the living room. half watching TV. He leaned over, not looking at me, and said, "Do you remember the old willow, back by the river?" It wasn't the words, it was the way he said it. His voice had always had this easy, almost lazy tone, like he was half smiling when he spoke. But this, it was deeper, with a weird rhythm, almost like each word had been placed in his mouth before he spoke it. And well, we never had a willow tree by the river. I laughed it off and said, "No." He just nodded, eyes still on the TV, like he hadn't expected me to answer anyway. Over the next few weeks, the changes got harder to ignore. He'd be fine all day, talking, joking, eating dinner with the family. Then night would come, and something in him shifted. He'd get quiet, avoid eye contact, start using phrases that didn't belong to him. Once, I caught him writing in a notebook at the kitchen table around midnight. I asked what he was working on. He turned the book towards me. The words were written in this tight, cramped script I didn't recognize. "Not yet ready. Too much light." I didn't know what that meant. When I looked up, he smiled, but not with his eyes. "Just a story," he said, but he closed the book before I could ask anything else. There were other things, though, small details that started stacking up. He began locking his bedroom door at night, and I'd hear him talking, but there were two voices, the one that wasn't quite his, and the one that was. His handwriting, it had always been a bit messy, but it became precise, formal, cursive almost, except when it wasn't, when it twisted into jagged shapes, and it made my head ache if I looked at it too long. Our parents noticed that something was off, but they didn't want to talk about it. Mom just said, "He went through a lot," and Dad changed the subject. One night I woke up to the sound of my name. It wasn't shouted. It wasn't even loud. It was whispered, just outside my door. "Daniel?" No answer. I opened the door. He was standing there, barefoot, wearing the same clothes he'd gone to bed in. His eyes looked dark, not glowing, nothing crazy, just dark, like his pupils had taken over the entire eye. He said to me, "I'm not supposed to tell you this yet." And then he turned and walked back down the hall. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The thing that finally convinced me that something was really, really wrong was a few months later. We were in the garage, sorting through old boxes. It was late afternoon, sun slanting through the windows, and we were both tired. I made a dumb joke about him being slow because of his leg. Without missing a beat, he looked up and said, in a perfect imitation of our grandfather's voice, "Careful, boy. I taught you better manners than that." Our grandfather's been dead for 7 years. He wasn't just mimicking him. He sounded exactly like him. When I asked him why he said that, how he did that, he blinked like he was waking up and said, "I didn't say anything. What did I say?" I've tried to explain it to myself. Maybe it was brain damage from the accident. Maybe PTSD. Maybe I'm just reading too much into things because I want my old brother back. That's what I thought for a moment anyway. But one night I'd gone to the kitchen for water. It was around 2 a.m. and I saw his door open. That was rare. He usually kept it locked after dark. I glanced inside. He was laying in bed, but it wasn't him. His body was there, still breathing. But he was sitting in the chair in the corner, too, watching himself sleep. At least, I think it was him. I jump out of the doorway quickly, out of fear. But I look back, and it's just him laying in bed. No one sitting in the chair. But I know that it looked like him. Same clothes, same scar. The posture was off, and he was too still. I stood there watching my brother just lay in bed. And then I heard my name in that other voice, the one I'd been hearing through his bedroom door. I ran back to my room and locked the door. I didn't tell anyone about that. I didn't even know where to start. How do you explain that your brother might be two people now, and that one of them is evil or dark? I started having nightmares, seeing him with those dark eyes, seeing more than one of him. I'd always wake up sweaty, uncomfortable. One of the last times that anything strange happened in regards to my brother was when I caught him looking at me a little too still. I looked at him. He asked if I'd had any dreams lately. I lied and said no. He smiled, like he knew I was lying. And then, just before he walked out of the room, he said, "You will." It gave me chills. I only lived in that house for another 1.5 years before I got my own place with friends. I still talk to my brother, obviously. And honestly, nothing like this has ever happened again. Now we're normal. Watch TV, eat dinner, argue about nothing. But for a while there, something strange was happening. This happened back when I was in college. I was sharing an off-campus apartment with a couple of friends. An older building where the walls were thin enough to hear your neighbors sneeze, but the heat takes an hour to kick in. It was late on a Friday night when my roommate Kelly came home from a thrift store run with a Ouija board. Not a shiny new one. This thing looked old, like the wood had been handled by 100 different people over the years. The letters were faded, though carved in. The planchette was worn and smooth. We weren't really the paranormal types, but we enjoyed a scary movie every now and then. It was cold, we were bored, and our other friend Jamie was over, so we figured, why not? We set it up on the coffee table, sitting on the floor with our knees almost touching. Kelly lit a candle, mostly for effect. The only other light came from the street lamps that were filtering through the blinds. The planchette started slow, the way it always seems to in these stories, circling lazily, answering simple yes or no questions with small, hesitant slides. We laughed a lot at first. Maybe we were uncomfortable, but we were accusing each other of pushing it. Then, about 10 minutes in, the air between each of us, it went cold. Not a draft. This was different. It was like there was a pocket of air right in the center, between our hands, and it was cold. You could feel the edge of it if you moved your arm slightly forward or back. I opened my mouth to mention it, but before I could, the planchette jerked hard to the letter H. What happened next is hard to explain without sounding insane. But the board started spelling words, fast. But they didn't match what we were asking. Kelly would ask, "Who are we talking to?" And it would spit out something unrelated, like lights off. Jamie would ask another question, but instead of answering, the planchette would slide rapidly, almost frantically, to different letters that made no sense in context. It wasn't just random. Some were real words, sentences even. But the conversation, or whatever you call it, seemed to be happening without us, like it was talking to someone else entirely. And the cold spot stayed there, between us. At one point, Jamie pulled her hands back to rub them together. The planchette didn't stop. It kept moving under just mine and Kelly's fingertips, still at the same speed, still spelling things we didn't understand. I remember Kelly whispering, It feels like there's another set of hands here. I nodded. That's exactly what it felt like someone invisible had joined the circle. Their fingertips pressed just lightly enough against the wood to guide it. We asked, "Who else is here?" It paused, and then spelled, "Listen." Kelly asked, "Listen to what?" The planchette slid so fast it scraped against the board. "Not you." The cold started to creep outward then, not just between us, but up our arms, into our shoulders. My stomach dropped like I was on a ride, and I said I wanted to stop. Jamie agreed immediately, but Kelly hesitated. The planchette spelled, "Stay." We all said goodbye at once, pushing it toward the word printed on the board. But instead of stopping, it drifted back to the center. The cold spot was still there. We finally pulled our hands off. The second we did, the temperature between us returned to normal. It wasn't a slow fade, it was just gone. The planchette sat dead still in the middle of the board. None of us wanted to touch it again. Kelly put it back in the box and shoved it into the hall closet. A few nights later, I was watching TV alone in the living room when I heard something from that closet. A faint scraping sound, like wood on cardboard. It stopped as soon as I stood up. When I told Kelly about it the next morning, she laughed, but she didn't open the closet to check. The board stayed in there until the day we moved out. None of us took it with us. I've used a Ouija board twice since then, but nothing like that has ever happened. I still can't explain that cold spot, or why the boards seem to be having a whole separate conversation that we weren't a part of. I was a bank teller in Las Vegas in the mid-'80s. It was a good job, steady, decent pay, nothing too exciting, except for the day that's been stuck in my head ever since. I had worked a late lunch that day. The branch was slow when I got back. We'd had the usual crowd, casino workers, tourists cashing checks, retirees making deposits. I'd been behind the counter for half an hour when he walked in. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it got. Not silent, not movie scene stillness, just dull, like someone had turned down the volume in the room. He commanded attention simply by being. He didn't run in, didn't shout, didn't even glance around like most people do. He just walked up to my window with this stiff, deliberate pace. Every step the same length. I remember thinking it was like watching a wind-up toy. Mechanical. No wasted motion. He slid a note under the glass. I remember the exact words because it was short. Put all the money in a bag. No alarm. I looked up at his face, and my stomach dropped. I've seen plenty of people high. Vegas in the 80s was full of them. Meth, coke, booze, you name it. You learn the signs. Jittery hands, erratic eyes, that strange mix of focus and chaos. This wasn't that. His eyes were bad. Not bloodshot or glassy, just empty. No light, no recognition, no human flicker. Like looking into a mannequin's painted-on pupils. And he didn't blink, not once. His skin was pale, like it had been drained of color all at once. There was no sweat, no twitching, no sign that he was nervous. His breathing didn't change. I remember my hands were shaking as I started counting out the cash. He didn't watch my hands or the money, though. His gaze stayed locked on my face, unblinking, like he was studying me or something. And then I noticed the way he was standing. His feet were planted exactly shoulder-width apart. His arms hung at his sides, not in a relaxed way, but like he was waiting for a signal. The way his chest rose and fell was perfectly even. When I slid the money towards him, he grabbed it right away. but he just stood there. I got this horrible feeling inside, and I can't describe to you, but every horrible thought crossed my mind. I felt like I was dying, like everyone was dying, that Earth was rotten. I saw the corners of his mouth pull back, but nothing else in his face moved, not his eyes or cheeks. And the smile, it was wide. My first thought was that it almost looked like a mask. He kept that look planted on his face. He took the bag, turned, and walked out. Same exact pace as before, same even steps. And I felt like I could breathe. All of that negativity washed away. The doors to the branch are these heavy, thick glass ones, and they slam shut every time someone comes or goes, always. But when he left, I didn't hear them close. I didn't hear them at all. It was as though he just walked through them. By the time our security guard got to the street, he was gone. The police came, took my statement. I told them everything I just told you, minus my personal thoughts that the man might be the devil himself. Obviously, they wouldn't believe that, nor would they be able to do much with that information. They said that he probably slipped into a casino crowd before anyone noticed. Maybe they're right. But I've thought about him for nearly 40 years now. I've seen desperation. I've seen addicts and drunks, people so strung out they barely remember their own name. But what I saw that day wasn't desperation, and it wasn't drugs. It was something wearing a man's face. I rented this place last March, just a 6-month lease while I wrapped up work in the area. It was small, quiet, and backed up into the woods. Honestly, the listing photos made it look forgettable. But the second I stepped inside, something about it felt unique. I don't mean creepy. More like my brain was trying to process the shape of it, and just kept glitching. I even caught myself tilting my head at one point, like that would help. The rooms were normal, at least they looked normal. You could stand in the kitchen and measure everything out, and it all checked. But somehow, standing in it, I kept feeling like I was leaning slightly, or like the floor wasn't perfectly level, even though it was. I brushed it off. New house, new angles, right? For the first week or so, it was small things. I'd put my coffee mug in the sink, come back later, and it would be on the counter. My phone charger moved from the bedroom to the living room. Often. Harmless little things that you could explain away, blame a careless mind. Unless you live alone and are incredibly OCD. Then it's just you trying to remember if you finally lost it. The other thing was the clock. Every now and then I'd be mid-task, folding laundry, scrolling my phone, and my brain would blink, just for a second, like I'd glance at the clock and it would be 10 minutes later. Not in the I got distracted kind of way, in the I genuinely have no memory of what just happened kind of way. And I'm not talking hours here, just little slices of time missing. A few minutes here, a few there. Enough to notice, especially if you're me. It never happened when someone else was over, only when I was alone. Sometimes the light in the house would change, just slightly, like the color temperature shifted, not a power flicker or shadow, more like someone slid tinted glass in front of the sun for half a second. By the time I blinked, it was gone, or back to the same. And yeah, of course I thought about filming it, but it never lasted long enough. I'd grab my phone and poof, it was over. Every single time. I mentioned it once to a coworker. I was expecting them to laugh, but hoped they wouldn't. Instead, they asked, dead serious, if the house had odd angles. I said no at first. Then later that night, I noticed something. Not a single room had a perfect corner. The walls didn't meet in sharp 90-degree angles. They'd sort of curved, just the tiniest bit. Like a very soft bend you could only catch if you stared long enough. Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it, but I also couldn't photograph it. It never looked how it looked, if that makes sense. I could have probably ignored it, but the missing time got worse. One night I was reading on the couch. I glanced at the clock, 9:42. I remember thinking I'd make tea before bed. I put my book down, stood up, and then I was in the kitchen, the kettle already whistling. The clock read 11:17. I don't remember walking there. I don't remember filling the kettle. I just remember I stood up. A few nights later, I woke up at 3:03 a.m. I remember because I thought it was weird. The room was filled with this dim, weirdly flat light. Not bright enough to hurt my eyes, but definitely wrong for the middle of the night. I blinked and it was gone. I rolled over and fell back asleep, but I woke up again, 3:09. There was a cup of tea on my bedside table, still warm. I hadn't made tea before bed. I moved out when my lease ended. Told people it was because the place was drafty. The kitchen was too small. Both true, but not the real reason. Now when someone's telling a weirdest thing that's ever happened to you story, I sometimes bring it up. I tell them about the little house with no corners, where the light would shift, the clock would skip ahead, just enough to notice. And I always finish with the truth that I don't have an explanation for. I was only there for 6 months, but I think I lost more time in that house than I'll ever get back or know. This happened several years ago when I was 19, living in a basement apartment with my best friend Sam. We both worked late shifts at different jobs, so most nights we'd end up hanging out after midnight, eating whatever was left in the fridge and watching TV. It was winter, so stupid cold, and the night that this happened, a storm had knocked out the power to most of the block. No TV, no lights, no heat. Just the sound of the wind rattling the thin basement windows. Sam went digging through a closet and came back holding a battered cardboard box with a familiar red and yellow Ouija logo. "I think this belonged to my aunt," he said. "She used it at parties back in the 70s. I laughed. "Perfect. Let's see if we can summon Elvis." Obviously, I didn't take these things very seriously. But for fun, we lit a few candles, sat cross-legged on the floor with the board between us. The planchette was the old-school kind, real wood, with a cloudy glass window in the center. And I swear to you, nothing dramatic happened. Nothing at first. Nothing flickered, no temperature drops, no sudden gusts of wind. The planchette moved a little, slow and uneven. We got a handful of jumbled letters, but we couldn't tell if it was because we were shaking or what. Plus, the letters didn't spell anything. But then about 15 minutes in, it spelled something clearly. We both looked at each other, hesitantly. It spelled Luce. Luke, I guessed. Sam shook his head. "No, that's Luce, like loose." We asked more questions, but the planchette barely moved after that. Within a couple minutes, the power came back on, and the whole mood felt ridiculous. We put the board away and went back to watching TV. Sam went to bed, and I stayed up in the living room with the TV on for background noise. I must have drifted off because I woke up to the sound of static. Not just white noise, sharp, loud static, the kind that makes you sit straight up. The screen was full of snow, but the volume was low, like a faint hiss. And in the hiss, I did hear something. It wasn't clear, not at first. It was like someone talking through a wall. Sam, maybe? But after a few seconds, I realized it was a man's voice, and it was repeating the same thing over and over. It was saying, loose, loose, loose. The sound faded when I leaned closer, but it came back as I sat on the couch. I changed the channel, but every station was static. I turned the TV off. The hiss stopped. Over the next week, that kept happening. Not every night, not often enough to make me dread turning the TV on when I was alone, but sometimes it was just the static between stations. Sometimes it was a faint whisper under the dialogue of whatever I was watching, just enough that you'd think you imagined it. Always the same word, always loose. I asked Sam about it, thinking maybe there was a chance that he was messing with me somehow, but he swore that he wasn't doing anything, but he also swore he hadn't heard it. I told myself that it was nothing and I was letting myself get worked up. Maybe my brain was just looking for patterns after the Ouija session. But one night I was flipping through the channels and stopped dead. In the static, just for a second, I saw a shape. It was a face, not a detailed one, just the suggestion of one, like someone pressing their features into frosted glass. The eyes were dark, too dark. They didn't blink. The moment I saw it, the voice got louder. I yanked the plug from the wall and I sat there in the dark. Sam spooked me from behind. Hey, I saw that. I heard that too. We didn't turn the TV on again for weeks. The last time it happened there, I remember I wasn't even home. I was staying at my girlfriend's place for the weekend, and she lived in a nice apartment with no old electronics. Everything was new, sleek, and quiet. We were laying in bed watching a movie on her laptop. At some point, early in the morning, Sam calls me. Thinking it's an emergency, I answer. Someone just whispered in my ear, dude. I heard it. Loose. I still have no idea what loose means or who it's supposed to be, but it's been years since I've heard anything about it. White noise or static makes me a little uneasy. I was about 10 years old when I saw the most unsettling thing I've seen in my life. It was 1995, summer. I was riding my bike home from a friend's house, cutting through the empty schoolyard like I always did. The playground sat abandoned as it always did. I should have felt safe. Broad daylight, familiar setting, nothing unusual. But then I saw it. It was standing near the chain link fence, just beyond the basketball court. At first, I thought it was a person. A tall man, maybe. But as I rode closer, something was wrong. Its body, too thin, and it was so dark, not wearing clothes like anything I'd ever seen. Its head, or whatever was atop its shoulders, was tilted downward, like it was studying something near its feet. I slowed my bike. My stomach hurt. Something about it made my skin crawl. The air felt different around it. It wasn't that summer breeze. It was heavy, thick. The cicadas had stopped, and it was silence that ran through my ears. Even the heat seemed less oppressive, like the sun itself had moved away from this thing. I could have just pedaled faster, and I should have just gone home, but I didn't. As if sensing me, the figure's head finally lifted, and that's when I saw its lack of a face. There were no eyes, no mouth, just a smooth black void. It was featureless, wrong in every way, and I can't really explain it, yet I knew it was looking at me, that it could see me, seeing it. I gripped the handlebar so tight that my knuckles were hurting. My feet were hovering over the pedals, caught between fight and flight. Then it moved, not towards me, just a hand. A long, dark void of a hand. And then it pointed at the slide. At first I didn't understand. The rusted metal slide was old, too hot to play on during the day. It stood there, empty. The surface was gleaming under the sun, and I glanced back at the figure. It hadn't moved. It was just pointing. And then I heard its voice. It was in my head. Go down the slide. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. I felt my body tense and my muscles were locking. My hands were trembling on the handlebars. My feet, as if controlled by something outside myself, shifted toward the ground. Go down the slide. The words were calm, patient, but insistent. My stomach twisted again. I didn't want to, but my legs swung over the bike seat anyway. My body moved on its own, like a puppet, and invisible strings pulling me. My sneakers crutched against the gravel, and I walked forward. Just once, the voice said again. I was at the base of the slide now. I reached out, brushing the hot metal. It burned my skin, but I didn't pull away. I was shaking. I wanted to stop, to run, but I couldn't. A soft, slow, clicking sound echoed behind me. It was dry, like something tapping against bone. The figure hadn't moved. I couldn't see its face, of course, but I felt like it was smiling. My foot lifted, ready to climb the steps. Then a car horn blared. The sound had shattered whatever hold had been over me. My limbs snapped back to control, and I staggered away from the slide. I was trying to catch my breath. A car pulled up near the sidewalk. My neighbor, Mr. Reed. He was sitting in the driver's seat, staring at me with a frown. "You okay, kid?" I turned back to the fence. The thing was gone. I noticed the normal sounds returned. Cicadas. They were buzzing so loud it felt like they were drilled into my skull. The air was warm but breezy. Normal. I didn't answer Mr. Reed. I just bolted back to my bike. I pedaled as fast as I could, and I never cut through that schoolyard again. I never told anyone about what I saw, what nearly happened. But sometimes when I'd pass that playground or get a glance at that slide, I wonder what would have happened if I climbed those steps, if I'd sat down, let myself slide into whatever was waiting for me at the bottom. Surely I would have burned myself pretty bad. I don't know. I think about that moment a lot. I've never mentioned this before, but it's one of those memories that stayed razor sharp, even decades later. I was maybe 12 or 13 when my family moved into that house, older neighborhood. From the beginning, something felt off. The first thing that we noticed were footsteps in the attic. But I think the weirdest part about that was you couldn't stand up in the attic. It was more of a crawl space, wedged between the ceiling and the roof. Still, we heard it. Distinct, deliberate footsteps, right above our head and usually at night. My parents said it was probably rats, or maybe a stray cat that found its way in. But my grandmother refused to come over anymore. Said the house made her chest feel heavy. My grandma, she's been like that though, a little woo-woo. But then the sightings started happening. Glimpses. Mostly things that you could explain away if you really wanted to. Other things were a bit harder to explain. A woman peeking around the corner when no one was home. A little boy darting past the bathroom door. The silhouette of a tall man standing at the end of the hall, completely still. But the worst of it happened late one night. My dad's bedroom was across from my brother's room, and I'd gotten into the habit of sleeping in there sometimes, especially on the weekends. It was comforting, even if we all ended up crammed together like a pile of laundry. That night, me and two of my brothers were watching a movie on a little portable DVD player, huddled under a blanket. My youngest brother had already been knocked out, breathing softly beside me. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something low to the ground, just beyond the doorframe. A figure crawling, hands and knees, into the room. I assumed it was my dad. He had this habit of sneaking around to scare us, crawling in, grabbing someone's foot, that kind of thing. We usually saw it coming and tried not to react, just to mess with him. So, thinking it was one of his pranks, I gave a tiny nod toward the door. A silent, "Yeah, I see you," to my older brother. He smirked and rolled his eyes. We both looked away, waiting for the foot grab. But it didn't come. Instead, the hallway lit up. My dad's bedroom door opened directly across from us. Bright light spilled into the hall, casting long shadows across the floor. He stepped out, rubbed his eyes. "Everything okay in there?" I sat straight up, heart in my throat. There was no one in the room but us. No one was crawling. Nothing to explain what I'd seen. And furthermore, my dad came out because he said he heard us yelling. I must have turned pale because my brother asked if I was all right. I didn't answer right away. I was still trying to make sense of it. The thing I saw didn't vanish. It didn't blink or dissolve into mist. It moved like a person, with weight and intention. But it hadn't been our dad. It hadn't been anything. Still, I don't know what it was. Just that it wasn't supposed to be there, I don't think. And in that house, things like that didn't seem to care if you noticed them or not. They just were there. My husband passed away last winter. Heart attack in his sleep. No warning, no goodbyes. One moment I was reaching for the remote, the next I was dialing 911 with shaking hands. I was screaming at the paramedics to do something, anything. After the funeral, I stopped sleeping in our bedroom. It just felt too big and too quiet. I started sleeping in the den, on an old pull-out couch where he used to nap during Sunday football. At first, it was miserable, crying myself to sleep, waking up in the dark expecting to hear his voice, his footsteps, something. Then one night, I felt a hand wrap around mine. Not sudden, not jarring, just familiar, warm, steady, just like his. I was facing the wall with my eyes shut, too exhausted to even move. I squeezed back, half asleep, thinking, he's still here. I didn't open my eyes. I didn't want to break the moment. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream, until it happened again and again. Every night, just after I'd start drifting off, I'd feel it. That same hand sliding gently into mine, holding me like he used to. I started to find comfort in it. I'd even whisper to it, tell him how much I missed him. And then the dreams started. Dreams of deep, dark water. Of my feet sinking into soft, cold mud. Of voices whispering that it was time to go. I'd wake up gasping and sweating, only to find that same hand already holding mine. One night, I woke up fully, no grogginess, no confusion, and I realized something. The hand, it was too large, and the fingers were too long. The pressure was just slightly too firm, like it was holding on to keep me from pulling away. I finally opened my eyes. There was nothing there to see, but my hand was still in the shape of a grip, curled around something that wasn't visible. It wasn't warm, but it had definitely been there. I stopped sleeping in the den. I started keeping the lights on. But sometimes, I wake up, find my hand already extended, waiting. Honestly, I don't know if I'm reaching for him or if something else is reaching for me. I was maybe 8 or 9 when this happened, but I still remember the sound of that voice like it just happened yesterday. My little brother and I were spending the weekend at our grandparents' house. They lived in this tiny village that backed right up to dense woods. No sidewalk, barely any streetlights, just endless trees, and really quiet. The quiet that makes you hear things that might not be there. We played outside most of the afternoon while the sun was still up. Kickball, digging in the flower beds, that kind of thing. I don't think that we were even supposed to be out that late, but no one came to get us, so we stayed. The sun had dipped low enough that the woods were already in full shadow, but the garden still had a little bit of light. We were by the back hedge when we heard something. It was my grand's voice. "Kids, come here for a second." It wasn't loud, just low enough that we both stopped and looked forward at the tree line. She called again. This time, she said my name, and then my little brother's. The only reason we didn't go is because something about it didn't sit right with me. I just remember this weird hesitation, like my brain couldn't figure out why she would be in the woods instead of calling us from the back porch like she always did. I grabbed my brother's arm and I told him to wait. He asked why. I didn't really have an answer for him, but we just stood there for a few seconds. And then I said, "Let's go check inside." I don't know why I was so certain, but something about the way the voice sounded, I guess. It was like her, but not. Kept me from taking another step, really. It wasn't wrong in an obvious way. My little brother was ready to run out there. That's what made it worse. It was too perfect. Like someone doing an impression. We ran inside and my step-granddad looked up from the living room like nothing was going on. I asked where Gran was. He said that she was upstairs, getting ready for bed. She hadn't left the house all evening. I remember just standing there, stuck between feeling embarrassed for asking and cold all over, like my skin knew something that my little brain didn't. I told her about it later, what we heard, where the voice came from. She brushed it off like it was our imagination, but I noticed that she started locking the back door earlier after that. And the next time we visited, the curtain over the back door had been replaced with something thicker, something you couldn't see through at night. We may have never talked about it again, but I haven't forgotten it. Not the sound of the voice, or the way that it said our names. It was calling to us. I live across the street from a funeral home. That's not the creepy part, at least not by itself. You get used to the quiet, the strange hours, the way the lights never seem to be fully off. But ever since I was little, I felt like the house we live in sees more than it should. I'm 19 now. The weird stuff's always been there. Feeling watched, sudden cold spots, things shifting off shelves when no one's around. But since the renovation last year, things have changed, especially in my room. This tapestry hanging on my wall, it gets yanked down, repeatedly, always at night, always when I'm not looking. I've rehung it more times than I can count, and it never happens during the day. I've also started hearing footsteps around my bed. Not creaks in the wood, not shifting pipes, but footsteps. You can feel them through the floor, since our house is on piers. They circle the bed sometimes. I hear them when the doors open. It's always quiet, slow, like someone pacing and waiting. But what really got me happened a few months ago. That night I was on the phone with my boyfriend, talking about how nice it would be to just fall asleep together, dumb stuff, sweet, harmless. After I hung up, I laid back in bed and immediately felt it. This pressure at the foot of the bed, like someone had gently placed their hand there. I froze. Then came the second sensation, a presence behind me, not a breeze or a temperature drop, just the feeling of someone right there, lying against my back. A finger lightly draws circles on my back, slow, repetitive, intimate. It wasn't cold, it wasn't aggressive, but it wasn't a muscle twitch or my imagination. I laid there frozen, just waiting for it to stop. It didn't stop. It faded, eventually. That's the part that messes with me. I didn't feel the finger lift off me. It didn't break contact. It just dissolved, like it lost interest, or it was never fully physical to begin with. It happened again a few nights later. The same feeling, the same presence behind me, but this time, it held my hand. I fell asleep like that, and I had this vague dream. A boy was there with me, but I couldn't make out his face. Just this soft, quiet feeling like I wasn't alone, and I didn't need to be. I don't think it's evil. I've felt that before. Oppressive, sickening energy. Whatever this is, it doesn't give me that. If anything, it feels lonely, almost careful. But yeah, I guess my question is, what kind of spirit can touch you? Not scare you, not whisper through vents, but actually reach you. Is it something I should worry about? Or is it just something that found me, that doesn't want to be alone? Things still move in the house. The tapestry gets tugged, but whatever was touching me, it hasn't come back lately. And I think I'm pretty okay with that. When this happened, I'd been living with my uncle for the past year, ever since my mom had gotten sick and needed to stay in the hospital long term. He wasn't the most nurturing guy, mid-40s, a mechanic, the type of guy who communicated mostly in grunts and coffee refills, but he meant well. He gave me space, which I appreciated, especially with how rough things had been lately. We lived in a 2-story rental tucked just inside the tree line, at the edge of town. Not remote, but quiet. You could hear everything in that house, though. Pipes groaning, stairs creaking, branches scratching on the sides at night. I definitely had trouble sleeping. Actually, that's putting it lightly. I hadn't made it through a full night in months. Nightmares every single time. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, but never able to remember what I was actually dreaming about. One afternoon, I'd just woken up from a nap. I was on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, and my phone lit up with a missed call from Uncle Chris. A minute later, I heard the front door open. Then his voice, sharp and angry, called from the bottom of the stairs. "Emily!" I jumped. It wasn't like him to yell or use that tone with me. I sat up, already scrambling for an excuse. Had I forgotten to lock the shed, leave the dog out? But before I could say anything, my phone buzzed again. A text from Chris. "Hey, want anything from the store? I'm heading to check out." I stared at it, and then stared at the stairs. I called him. "You home?" I asked. "Nope," he said. "I'm still out. Why?" I didn't answer right away. I was just listening to the silence in the house. No footsteps or doors closing. The floorboards weren't creaking. Just the soft hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the wall clock. "I thought I heard you say something," I finally said. "Never mind." When he got home, I didn't bring it up. I didn't want him to think I was losing it. But I was awake when it happened, lucid, clear-headed. I hadn't just come out of a nightmare. I'd been scrolling on my phone for a minute, drinking water, fully present. And still, I heard my name in his voice, clear as day, laced with some anger. I remember the morning after I found the front door unlocked. Neither of us had remembered leaving it that way. I never heard the voice again. I was young when this happened, but I do remember it vividly. My parents got the house exorcised by a priest. My mom had claimed that she was seeing demons, but she was also manic. However, my father didn't argue. As the priest walked around the house, suddenly, a flood of roaches spewed out from behind the priest, emerging from the cracks in the pavement, in the floor, the walls, and fanning away from him like a wake, instantly disappearing as soon as they materialized. I've never seen insects act like one perfectly coordinated hive. Roaches scatter erratically and come in different sizes. These roaches were all exactly the same size and color, and they moved in perfect unison. It happened in seconds. My sister, who's also an atheist like me, saw it too. Of course, my mom explained that that was the evil itself leaving, but I could never fully trust her, you know. But still, I can't explain it. We never had bugs or roaches or anything like that in our house. It wasn't a dirty area. But I saw it. The obvious answer is a weird roach coincidence with the priest showing up. But I don't know. It was weird. I will say that my mom never saw demons again. Not after that. Last month, I visited my aunt in North Carolina. I was supposed to stay with her for a week, but I only lasted 2 days. She's getting older, and her husband died last year, so I just wanted to make sure she was doing okay. Everything seemed really normal at first. She was in good spirits. We had a nice dinner. And then I went to brush my teeth before bed and realized there was no mirror in the bathroom. It had been taken off the wall. In fact, there were no mirrors left anywhere in the house. I figured it was one of those trauma reactions where she just didn't want to see herself. But when I asked her about it, she said that she had to take the mirrors away because my uncle was haunting her. And not only was he haunting her, he had turned into a demonic, twisted version of himself. Clearly, this was a different level of struggling than I had imagined. I felt out of my depth. It's one thing if she couldn't bear to see herself. It's another issue entirely if she's seeing literal demons. I don't know much about psychology, but I know people handle grief in strange ways. Even so, this felt like it was on the extreme side. I called my dad to tell him what was going on. He asked me to keep an eye on her until he could get there that weekend. Fine, sounded simple enough. She was still eating, taking care of herself, just without mirrors. The next day, I did my best to avoid the topic entirely, and things seemed more normal. My aunt wanted to take me to dinner that evening, so I took a shower and used a hand mirror for my makeup. About halfway through, I put the mirror down to find the right eyeshadow, and when I picked it back up, I saw a gray, rotting face over my shoulder. It shocked me so badly that I threw the mirror across the room and it shattered. My aunt heard the noise and came running. She looked from me to the mirror and knew that I saw it, but didn't say anything. Instead, we went to dinner like nothing had happened. By the time we were in the restaurant, it didn't feel real anymore. The world was going about its business like any other day. It made a lot more sense that I would have imagined the demon face. I was far from home, and all the spooky talk had just got into my head, right? No big deal. On the way home, we stopped at CVS to fill my aunt's prescription, and I secretly bought a new mirror. When we got back to the house, I went to my room and stared into it for half an hour without seeing a thing. Hypothesis confirmed. There was no demon. I was just shamefully impressionable. The next morning, I started putting my makeup on, looked away for 2 seconds, and bam, there it was again, with cloudy, milky white eyes. This time, I managed to refrain from throwing the mirror, but only barely. When I looked again, the figure was gone. I don't know what the hell it is, but I don't think it's my uncle. That thing, it's something evil. It gave me the cold sweats feeling down to my bones and in the pit of my stomach. Every fiber of me wanted to recoil into a ball and disappear. I took my aunt shopping to get us out of the house, and again, a little time in the real world had me questioning my sanity. I couldn't have actually seen what I thought I saw. It's just not possible. So we got home. I looked in the mirror again, and nothing. But then I looked away and looked back a few times, and there it was, clear as day. I forced myself to keep looking, to really take it in. It was really there. It wasn't some trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. It was there. After a few seconds, a skeletal hand started reaching over my shoulder, and I couldn't take it anymore. The mirror went sailing across the room and broke against the wall. When I finally stopped crying, I called my dad. He didn't believe a word of it, but he definitely didn't want me staying with my aunt any longer. So he left work to come down early. As soon as he got there, I booked a flight home. My dad stayed for 3 days before he got my aunt a new place and listed the house for sale. I talked to my aunt earlier today. She hasn't seen anything since she left that house, so we're hoping whatever that thing was, it got left behind. I feel sorry for whoever buys that house, though. I'll try to keep this short, but I'll have to give some background. To start, I'm pretty well versed in the supernatural at this point, from a technical and personal standpoint. I know how to protect myself and everything. One night, I was with some friends. We decided to play Ouija. Now, this isn't a cautionary tale about the Ouija board, as I've had many, many interesting and totally harmless sessions with it. This one, too, was safe, but scared us nonetheless. We had already gone through a few rounds successfully, having tons of fun. Then we met D. We talked to him for a while. He was a pimp who was born in Canada, but lived and worked in Mexico City. He was 41 when he died, in the year 1952. He was shot due to his job, in the very building we were in. He had a wife and 2 kids, and his favorite color was purple. Our second time talking to him, there were only 3 of us left. It was around midnight. He was having trouble remembering things we asked him, like where he grew up, who his parents were. He barely remembered his wife and kids even. He confirmed that it was difficult to remember things in the afterlife. My friend Maria asked, "Is there anything you wanted to talk to us about?" L-I-F-E, he spelled out. "Do you want us to help you remember more about your life?" I asked. "Yes." "And how can we do that?" we asked. This was where things took a darker turn. The planchette moved to the O, to the U, then to the T. Out. D wanted out. My friends and I looked at each other. "Sorry, D," I told him. "We can't let you out." It really is one of the most important rules when playing Ouija. Never invite a spirit back to the world of the living. The planchette moved to yes. "No," Maria said. "We can't let you out." Our hands slid rapidly. N-O-W. We were all very uncomfortable at this point. "Okay," I said. "We're going to have to say goodbye now. Nice to meet you." As soon as I said we were leaving, the planchette practically flew over to the no. "Yeah," my friend Farrell said. "We're going now. Bye." There was a strange resistance when we moved the planchette across goodbye. I mean, wouldn't you be scared if the ghost you'd been talking to insisted that you let him out and said no when you tried to leave? It was by far the scariest paranormal experience I've had in my young life. I was still a rookie when my older brother took his own life. He lived in another state, and though we were close, I hadn't spoken to him in weeks. The guilt ate at me. I kept thinking if I just called, just checked in. By the time they found him, his body was in bad shape. Closed casket service, no final goodbye, just silence. About a week after the funeral, I was back on patrol trying to fake some kind of normal. My partner and I rolled up to a gas station after dispatch got a call about a fight. We pull in and we see a big guy, maybe 6'4", beating on a woman in the parking lot. No hesitation, I jumped out of the cruiser, and he sees me and takes off running. I chase him on foot, gun drawn. He cuts through a narrow corridor beside the building, one of those cut-through alleyways that leads into the central courtyard. It's tight, dim, and there's not a lot of light. You can lose your advantage fast. Just before I hit the courtyard, I heard, clear as day, "It's okay." My brother's voice said, calm, reassuring. I turned the corner. The guy was waiting for me, already there, backed into a corner, gun raised, and aimed right at my head. I barely had time to breathe before he pulled the trigger. Once, twice, nothing. I blinked. Then I charged him and started swinging. I don't remember how many times I hit him with the butt of my revolver, only that I didn't stop until the gun dropped out of my hand. I cuffed him, walked him out, found my partner. I told him the guy pulled the trigger twice. What I didn't say was the part about my brother's voice. Back at the station, we unloaded the gun. A .32 revolver. 2 of the bullets had clear strike marks. The guy hadn't missed. The gun had failed. I took it to a lab and told the tech what had happened, minus the ghost part. He loaded the same 2 rounds back into the chamber and fired them into the test tank. Both bullets fired. This happened when I was about 10. I haven't told many people about it, not because I'm scared, but because it sounds insane. Even now at 32, I still question what I saw. My bedroom had this small, creaky door that led into a closet, but the closet had another door inside of it that connected to a narrow crawl space. Just enough room for old pipes and ductwork. My parents never opened it, and I wasn't allowed to either. One night I woke up to the sound of something tapping. Not loud, more like the soft click of fingernails on wood. I sat up, groggy, and I stared right at the closet. And then I saw something. A hand. It came out from behind the half-closed closet door. Pale, bony, fingers stretched wide. It gripped the edge of the door frame, slow and deliberate, and then tapped twice on the wood with its index finger. I should have screamed, but I didn't. I just stared at this hand slowly pull itself back into the dark. I must have passed out from fear eventually, because the next thing I remember, my mom was shaking me awake. Morning sunlight pouring through the window. The closet door was wide open, but nothing was inside. They told me I had a nightmare. They told me I was imagining things. But here's the part I don't say out loud. There were 2 long scratch marks on the inside of the door. Fresh ones. Like something had clawed its way in or out. Have you ever felt the presence of evil? Not just the unsettling feeling of being watched, but something deeper, ancient, patient, and malicious. I have, and I'll never forget. It started out as a dare, an old abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, swallowed by time and neglect. People often whispering about it, stories of disappearances, strange lights at night, and voices that carried through the wind. I didn't believe any of that, for the record, but the moment I laid eyes on the place, I knew something was wrong. The house loomed in the dying light, its paint long stripped away, leaving behind weathered wood like brittle bones. The windows, open, dark, and empty, as if the house itself was actually watching. The air felt heavier the closer we got to the house. It smelled like dust and damp rot, but beneath that, something else, something sour and metallic, like old blood. Getting inside wasn't easy. The front door was swollen with age and the hinges were rusted, and it took all three of us pushing to make it open. The moment we were inside, the temperature dropped. Not a little, a sudden, breath-stealing cold that settled into me. My skin prickled, and a weight pressed against my chest, like something I couldn't see was leaning in. Inside, it was like time had stopped. The furniture was still in place, dust-covered but untouched. A table set for dinner, plates and silverware laid out as if expecting guests that never came. A single chair knocked over. Near the door, a pair of black boots sat neatly beside a dusty old jacket. It was draped over the banister. The air reeked of age and that's something else, that something wrong. On the floor, brittle newspaper clippings were scattered, dating back to the 1930s and 40s. Some were yellowed, others looked almost fresh, too clean to have been sitting there for decades. My stomach was in knots. The headlines were bizarre. Local farmer vanishes without a trace. Wife claims the house took him. Another read, strange lights reported over old farmstead. No signs of entry, no signs of exit. The farther I read, the worse it got. Reports of disappearances, sudden madness, even stories of people turning up miles away with no memory of how they got there. The longer we stayed there, the more unbearable the feeling became. My gut was screaming for me to leave. Every instinct I had was literally clawing at me. All of this telling me that we weren't alone. My friends whispered to each other, their voices tight. It was like they felt it too, but didn't want to admit it. Then, a noise. It was a soft creak from upstairs. We all froze. The house was empty. It was supposed to be empty. But that sound, it was deliberate. A floorboard bending under weight, slow, purposeful. I turned to the others. We need to go. No one argued. We backed toward the front door, our movements careful and controlled. It was like we were prey trying not to startle a predator. I could feel something watching us just beyond sight. The moment my foot crossed to the outside, I felt the shift. The door slammed behind us. It was with a force that rattled the windows. We stood there, stunned, staring at the now closed door. The house loomed in silence, as if daring us to try again. But we didn't. We ran. I don't know what we disturbed that night, but I do know one thing. Evil is real. It's not always a person, not always something you can explain. Sometimes it's a place, and once you've felt it, you'll never forget. So I ask again, have you ever felt the presence of evil? While walking back to my house from the back of my property around dusk, I turned the corner to where my driveway and house was in view. I saw a tall, dark shadow of a person with no facial features or anything, just all black. It walked towards me and I walked towards it, since it was in front of my house in the driveway. I was watching it walk towards me, and I had an uneasy feeling because I couldn't make out who it was, but I assumed it was my husband's friend coming up to help with working on the truck in the back of the property. Because of this, it didn't click in my mind how there were no facial features. And then I took my eyes off of it for probably 2 seconds, just checking on the puppy that was standing next to me. And then once I looked back up, expecting to see someone a handful of feet away from me, there was no one. They were just suddenly gone. Freaked me the fuck out, to say the least. I was scared of walking outside at night by myself. It took months for me to get over that. In another timeline, me and my partner most likely wouldn't have gotten married, simply from my horrible first impression of him. Nowadays, his emo fashions transitioned into a comfortable ska surf punk style, and he's about 5 cans short of a six-pack he once had. But back in our early 20s, Liam went by Lee, and he was a flippy-haired scene kid that indulged in the macabre with an equally shocking and dark sense of humor. On the inside, he was a soft, gentle boy whose sadness poetically filled a notebook hidden in his closet. Liam truly had and still has a beautiful mind and a beautiful soul. But when we first met, he came off as a total pretentious asshole. Well, he really just came off as a big old drunk. The occasion was for a mutual friend's birthday. It was a house party on a Saturday night. I hadn't planned on staying out too late or drinking too much because I had to work in the morning. Plus, I'd already been there all day to help decorate. The house had a huge sound system in the living room that, for the most part, stayed at a reasonable low muffle from outside. I'm on the back deck giving my hugs goodbye before I get on the road. And as I'm getting ready to leave, a few of Lee's friends were asking around if anyone had seen Lee. With the amount of attendees at the party, I hadn't even known they were there that night until they approached us. Nobody on the deck had seen him. We all shook our heads no. They were both stumbling drunk and couldn't narrow down a time frame beyond them being 100% sure that Lee had been with them when they got to the party. Both friends looked stressed, but I hadn't known Lee well enough to share their emotions, and when they walked away to ask the next group, I wrapped up my goodbyes and left. On my way home, a pervasive smell kept wafting up my nose, so I closed the vents, and that didn't help. So I opened them up and rolled the windows down, and that helped a little. But as soon as I'd rolled the windows back up, this foul odor was immediately right in my face again. I'm thinking that I must have stepped in something or hit a pregnant skunk on the way out, because that was how unbelievably overpowering it was as I drove. The route home was long, and the 2-lane highway was windy with zero visibility past my headlights. Then I started hearing low, animalistic growls that couldn't have been human. The house party I was at was located deep in the woods, and I was literally shaking with fear, thinking, what if I had been smelling a wild animal that was waking up in my back seat? I slowed my drive and pulled over to the shoulder with my hazards on. There was nothing I had to protect myself if the creature would have leapt from the darkness of my back seat, and the dome light was dead center of the front and back seat. I was trembling, reaching my hand out to flip it on. When I did, the car's interior lit up, and I was met with a sight I hadn't expected. There was, in fact, a dirty wild animal waking up in my back seat, but it was of the human variety. Lo and behold, Lee, in a pitiful display of tolerance that night, had shown up to the party already completely wasted. Instead of following his friends into the house to continue the party, he found the first unlocked car to pass out in, and lucky me, he chose the back seat of my Nissan. He'd been puking on the floor of my car for hours possibly, enough for the liquid to pool on the floor below his hanging head. Thankfully, the floor was protected with tough rubber mats, but he didn't keep it isolated just to the floor mats. Oh no, it was everywhere back there. Even spattered on the back window. I didn't want to know how it got up there. It was disgusting, and I was horrified. That moment disrupted all 5 of my senses at once. No, I couldn't taste him, but the smell in my nostrils made it as if I could. The screams I should have been emitting were replaced by dry heaves, watching Lee push himself up to a seating position. This bold Romeo that had just awoken chooses not to acknowledge any of the many things wrong with the moment, but instead, he says, "Hey, baby, you fine. What's your name?" Before I can tell him to get the fuck out of my car, he feels another wave about to hit and dives out on his own accord. My car was already ruined. He might as well have just finished what he was doing in the back seat. It was all the same at this point, but I was grateful for his gesture, I guess. Lee walks a couple of yards into the tall grass and starts the second round of his waterfall impersonations. I'm trying not to look in that direction to give him some privacy, but if I wanted to see a pile of his puke, I could have satisfied my cravings by looking into my back seat. Hell, I could have looked directly up and still seen some. Now, I bet you're thinking, Doris, the story of how you met your future husband is scary, but in a more esoteric way. And that's not what I came here for. Up to now, you would be correct, but this is when an authentic scare happens. One that we can all feel weird about. While Lee's throwing up outside the right passenger door, I'm drum tapping on the steering wheel, waiting for him to finish. That's when, from the opposite side, so on my driver's side window, I hear 3 taps. I thought I'd dropped an eyeliner between the seats because the taps were gentle. But when I glanced in the direction of the noise, there was a man pressed up against my window. If I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt, the shock of seeing him there would have launched me out of my seat. There was no reasonable place for this man to have come from. I was parked on the side of a 2-lane highway, dark, miles from any house or business, and it looked like my scream of distress. It made him smile, like his intentions were to scare me, and he got what he wanted. His big, toothy grin only intensified my emotions. I was pretty terrified, but also a little embarrassed now. Keeping my window rolled up, I start yelling at him, "What do you want? Get away from my car." And to this, he takes a few steps back from the window and says, "Hey, you haven't seen a little black dog running around here, have ya?" He was an older man with a straw hat, dressed in a coat too big for his body. Under, he wore a dirty white button-up, thick black suspenders holding up his pants that also looked baggy on him. I shook my head no to his question, and he says, "Yeah, okay. Thanks anyway." From the other side, I could still hear Lee in the bushes. He had no clue what was happening only a few feet away. The man in the straw hat continued to stand there, staring at me. All I could do was stare back at him. Then he finally turns like he's going to walk away. But before he goes, he says the most unsettling thing, all with the creepy smile that never left his face. He says, "I wouldn't be out here too long if I were you. Those red lights blinking like that will attract demons out here." I didn't respond. The man's presence was intimidating, not in the way of a physical threat. He was an elderly, small man. But there was something about him that scared me deeply, internally. From the way he arrived to the way he left, it was like I'd met the devil himself. Then he turned to his left with his hands raised to his mouth to project the sound of his voice, and he called out, "Sandy, come out, girl." He whistled loudly, putting 2 fingers in his mouth. I turned to see if Lee got startled by the whistle, but he was already back in the car. The front of his shirt was covered in puke, and he looked miserable. This time he got into the front seat, and after closing the door, he asked me if I had just whistled. I say no, it was that guy. But as I scan the dark road, left to right, there's no sign of him. Lee never saw him. I could feel the hair on my arms stand stiff, and before Lee could even put on his seatbelt, I turned off my hazards and punched the gas, kicking up the gravel on the shoulder of the road as I got back onto the highway. The man had all but disappeared. I kept looking in my rearview mirrors, hoping my backlights would pick him up, but the road was empty. Lee is in and out of consciousness, trying to give me directions to his house while I'm driving as fast as I can without killing us on the turns. It doesn't end there. A few miles down the road, I have to slam on my brakes. Inertia sends Lee's sleeping corpse into my dashboard. His forehead slightly cracks my windshield. He's groggy, cussing, and confused why I just did that. But this time, my reasoning is undeniable, because we could both see it. There, drenched in my headlights, sitting in the middle of the road, was a little black dog. It didn't flinch as the sound of my tires burning rubber to stop screeched towards it, and it didn't move after I honked a few times. I hear Lee's door pop open. He's about to go out and grab the dog, but before he can, I say nope and drive cautiously, but quickly, around this dog in the road. I'm driving slow, but the moment we're past the dog, I was feverishly looking in my rear views. Sure, it's dark, but it's clear that the dog we'd just seen was now much taller. There was no way that old man made it this far on foot, beat us to this area. But there was no way that was a dog, either. I slap Lee on his chest and tell him, look, and he sees it too. Even in his drunkest, he slurs out, "What the fuck was that?" My foot got a little heavier on the gas. No way had that just happened. Honestly, it had me so rattled, I'd forgotten Lee was in my car. Only 2 minutes away from my own house is when I realized it, and I decided he could shower and sleep on my couch. Someone was going to need to clean my car out the next day anyway. So yeah, my love story and horror story essentially took place on the same night. Lucky me. There was a show that aired in the early 90s that me and my brother got super into called James Randi, Psychic Detective. It was a program filmed in front of a live audience, and the host, James Randi, would have guests on, all who claimed to possess psychic or unworldly abilities. Then, under controlled experiments, if they can prove their abilities to be true, they'd win a cash prize of $100,000. And wouldn't you be surprised to know that none of the contestants ever won the money over the whole duration of the show being on the air? James Randi was always polite, a very matter-of-fact person when he'd gesture the failed psychic off the stage, and every time, the looks on their faces were so sad, like they really thought they were going to do whatever they were going to do. How do you get such grandiose levels of delusion? To put yourself through that humiliation on TV, in front of a live audience. They volunteered their time to go do that too. It's not like James Randi traveled to their place of business with a camera crew and put them on blast. These people did it to themselves. They probably pulled a couple of fast ones in their small towns, thought that they were good enough for the big time. Phony, fake, magician valor. Keeping all this in mind, names have been changed because my brother actually did make a little name for himself in the journalism field, and he works for a news station. Sometimes he takes me along or lets me get backstage with him when they're doing fun events, and I wouldn't want to ruin that. Most I can say is, if you live in the South, let's say Southeast, and watch the morning news, a morning news anchor that you see dressed in a nice suit, looking all professional while he delivers the headlines, that's actually my big brother in disguise. And this story is about when he was in his first year of college. In the suburban area we lived, right before the houses start turning into businesses, There was a psychic that ran her business out of her house. This place had always been there ever since I could remember. No matter what time, day or night, the neon sign in the window has never been turned off. It looked expensive. The sign took up most of the front window. It was a humongous hand with an eye in the center. Psychic was written above the eye, making it look like it had eyelashes. The owner was a woman. I'd say she was in her late 40s. She looked about our mom's age at the time. Her hair was dyed black, Alice Cooper-looking makeup, the whole 9 yards. But that's all I ever saw of her, until my brother Pete came home on vacation, first semester of college. He was determined to write an investigative hit piece on our local town psychic, expose her for the fraud that she was, blah, blah, blah. He came home like his whole GPA would plummet if he didn't bring this lady down over his 2-week break that he had back in town. He did some of his freshman psychology and convinced me to join him on his mission. I was 15. It was either that or stay home with our parents. I said, yeah, sign me up. He brought home a bunch of spy gadgets like tiny mics and cameras, showed me how to use the recording equipment. His first plan was to call the place himself, ask for an appointment with a made-up story, but we couldn't even find a listing in the phone book. He would have to walk in and do it in person. For his first interaction, Pete was mic'd up while I sat in the back seat of his car, with my lap filled with a clunky transmitter linked up to a tape recorder-looking thing. I don't know how all of it hooked up, but my job was to listen in with these big headphones and move the wire transmitter around if he got staticky. We parked across the street and Pete got out to go in, but when he tried the door, it was locked. Under the neon sign in the window next to the door, there was a much smaller sign with a phone number that he wrote down. But since we'd already made the trip, he knocked. Nobody came to the door. Persistent, Pete kept with rap-tap-tapping on the glass. A disadvantage about working from home is that people have a good idea at knowing when you're there, because all of your cars are in the driveway. That's what made Pete continue knocking. Then, she just appeared at the door. She didn't open it, but she was standing on the other side of the glass, glaring at Pete. I hear him go, "Whoa," and her ask what. He says, "I need a psychic reading," and she says no, then disappeared from the door. Pete starts knocking again and trying to explain his made-up story and why he desperately needs her services, saying that he'll pay her $100. She returns to the glass and tells him that she doesn't take on clients and to go away. Pete says, "But I need your help." She says, "No, you don't," then disappears from the door again. Pete slowly walks back to the car. There's a defeat in his voice that the recording captures when he gets in, along with him cussing at me because I hadn't yet turned off the recorder. Next day, he calls the number that he wrote down, and in a surprising change of predictions that we had, she answered almost on the first ring. It caught Pete off guard, and his first lines are a stammering bumble. Something about his 15-year-old sister's been kidnapped, case has gone cold, needs her help. Somehow, she recognized his voice, confirms that they'd met the day before. He says yes, and then there's a long pause on the phone. Then, she says 3 o'clock and hangs up. Pete says thank you to a dial tone before hanging up his line. He tells me she took the bait. Then we went to the garage and began setting up the equipment in his car, fitting him up with his spy gear. This time he was going to use a small camera, concealed under a baseball cap. Up until we left for his appointment, Pete spent the whole time making sure everything was perfect and rehearsing his story, telling me to throw him a curveball question so he can practice improvising answers. He was ready. He was going to go in there with some random stuff he collected around the house, claim that they were mine, and then ask if she could get a sense as to what happened in my cold case. We got there punctually at 2:50, but the door remained locked until 3. On the dot of 3, the mic picked up a loud squeak when the bolt locks turned on the inside of the door, and then it opened on its own. The moment Pete steps through the threshold of the building, all of his electrical equipment went haywire. I tried moving the transmitter in all different ways, but the static wouldn't let up. Then everything in the car just shut down. He went in there, unaware that his gear had malfunctioned, and closed the door behind him. Now this part is purely from my brother's point of view because none of the equipment would come back on. But there was no reason for him to have lied about what happened and intentionally tank his potential grade for this investigative story. When he returned back to the car, I didn't know how much time had passed. I didn't have a watch on, but he couldn't have been in there for more than 10 minutes. At first, he didn't say anything when he got in the car. I was on the edge of my seat asking what happened. What did it look like in there? Did she buy the story? But then it was the first time I'd seen my big brother cry. He put his head on his steering wheel before focusing a response between his clenched teeth. All he said was, "She's real." Then he stepped on the gas and we drove back home. The car ride was quiet. I could see Pete was still trying to process everything. Eventually he settled down, and I was able to get the whole story about what had happened. When he walked in, she was sitting at a table at the far end of the darkened room. Pete walks in and thanks her for seeing him, and he approaches the table with the items for her to inspect. Behind the woman, incense were burning, and Pete said that he saw a human figure form in the smoke and became a solid entity, standing behind the woman's chair. Again, though, we grew up watching James Randi. Pete was prepared for her tricks. She doesn't acknowledge the being behind her, and Pete ignores it as well, doing his best not to look intimidated or even entertained by something he thought debunkable. My sad cold case story is retold. As she pushes some of the items around on the table in front of her, her hand freezes over an old book. She looks up from the table. She stares deep into my brother's eyes. She says, "Your sister is not missing, but someone else is trying to talk to you." Pete sticks to his story, but is willing to see what she means by someone else. He asks, "Who?" And she asks, "Do you have an uncle, Norman?" He says, "Yes," because we really did have an Uncle Norman. She asked if he died. Pete says yes, because Norm had died in an accident a few years earlier. Norm was like Pete's idol or hero. When she mentioned his name, his skepticism began to melt, and he couldn't hide his genuine emotional response when she started talking about him. We hadn't role-played a situation like this. Pete didn't know how to respond to getting called out directly, still staring right at him. She tells him that she knew he was there under false pretenses. He gave up the goods and admitted to the hit piece he was trying to write for class. How do you stay in business if you don't take clients? Who are you ripping off to pay for all of this expensive stuff? With no other options, he let his questions fly. She told him she doesn't take monetary payments for her services. She knows who really needs her and who doesn't. The decorations in her home, and even the home itself, were gifts for her, ones that had been given by grateful clients. Then she says, "Norm is here, though, and he wants to tell you that he's burning in hell for eternity." She laughs and tells Pete that his soul was weak and that she'll make sure demons devour it to recoup Pete's disrespect. He stood up from the table, started to gather the things that he brought. The woman left him with one last warning before Pete could run out. She addressed him by his real name, saying, "Pete, heed this warning, or you too will join your pathetic Uncle Norm in hell. Never return to this property. If you're walking down the sidewalk, cross the street before you reach my house, or your last name will be a synonym for cursed misfortune." He says he didn't even try to remember that, but he can't forget it. The cloud figure standing behind her then moved like it was coming towards Pete, and that's when he almost fell trying to get out of there. And that was the end of it. I think he changed the topic of his investigative piece on some protests happening at his campus. It was the last time my brother ever attempted that hard-hitting nose-to-the-ground journalism. He traded it for a more political field and never looked back. That psychic's house is still there to this day, and to this day, I don't really have any reason to be walking on that sidewalk, entering town. But if I ever do find myself moseying up that way, I make sure to cross the street before passing the house. My friend, when I was 9, lived in a 900-year-old family-inherited farmhouse in England. It was one of the most beautiful buildings I'd ever seen. Huge rooms and bright, airy windows, with massive wood fireplaces to keep it warm and snug in the winter. And then there was the attic. There was an old, winding, solid staircase that was behind a heavy, locked door, leading up to a room the size of the bottom floor itself. My friend was always curious, but told not to mess around up there. One day, my friend got a hold of the keys while her dad was tending to the fields and the horses that they boarded. She opens up the door and it swings heavily open. She requests that I follow her. As soon as that cool, damp, musty air hit us, so did a wave of terror. The only other time I felt such strong fight or flight was when I was involved in a car collision in my teens. That pure, helpless, I'm dead and I can feel it coming. Just put my heart in my throat. My friend noticed I was pale and said, "I don't like it." She paused on the third step up, and I was on the first. We climbed back down, locked the door, and returned the keys. That night we were playing board games before bed, and she got up to use the bathroom. When she opened her door to go, she realized the locked and latched door to the attic was wide open. All I heard was her scream, "Dad!" and he came running. He immediately told her off for going up into the attic and taking the keys to bed with us. She, of course, denied it and didn't say that we went up earlier. He was perplexed when he couldn't find the keys in her room. Then he looked a little more unsettled when he came back to her room. He had the keys in his hands. They were clearly still downstairs, where we hadn't been in that time. He sternly told us not to go into the attic, as the flooring is dangerous, and we'd be in trouble if we did it again. I didn't sleep over much again after that. Years later, she told me that when she was 16, she took them again as curiosity got to her. She felt the same wave of terror, but this time, went as far as going to the top step. There was nothing there, simply some old linen and a cardboard empty box on its side. She hurriedly went downstairs and locked it back up. For weeks after, she would hear odd bangs that seemed to be muffled and coming from the attic. She never attempted it again. I never put much thought into possession until I saw it happen to my sister. This was back in 2016. I was 19. She was 25. We were close. Grew up more like twins than siblings. She was the one who taught me how to drive, who covered for me when I snuck out, who made sure I had money for lunch when our mom forgot. She was solid, grounded, not someone you'd think would crack. It started after she moved into a new place, just a little one-bedroom over Klamath Falls in Oregon. Real bare bones, but it was hers. First time on her own. She called me about a week after she moved in. I knew something was off. Her voice was slow, measured, like she was thinking too hard about every word. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "I think someone's in the house." I asked if she meant someone broke in, and she said, "No, they're not here, but they're here." I didn't know what that meant. Over the next few days, she called less and less. Then one night she called and said that she couldn't sleep because something was talking to her. Not out loud, not in dreams, behind her eyes. That's what she said. I drove down the next day. When I got there, I almost didn't recognize her. She looked thinner, like she hadn't been eating. Eyes were sunken, and her home smelled like burnt matches and copper, even though nothing was burning. She didn't even greet me. She just stood there and said, "It knows you're here." I asked what she meant, and she gave this half smile that wasn't hers. I swear to God it wasn't hers. Her eyes didn't match. You ever see someone smile, but their eyes look bored or angry? That's what this was. I tried to get her to leave with me, but she refused, started crying, then laughing, said that it wouldn't let her. That night, I stayed on the couch. She barely came out of her room. Around 2 a.m., I heard her talking, not whispering, talking, low, fast, rhythmic, a language I didn't understand. I pressed my ear to the door and nearly puked. It wasn't one voice. It was two. One was hers, but the other, it wasn't. I don't even think it was human. It had this vibration to it. I think it's what made me sick. It was too low for my ears to handle. I felt it more than I heard it, and it made my skin crawl. And then everything went silent for 10 seconds, maybe 15. Then her voice, just hers, said it's hungry. I opened the door. She was on the floor sitting cross-legged, staring at the wall. She looked up at me and said, "Don't let it in your house, please." I dragged her out of that place that night. Didn't care what she said. I took her back home with me. She fought me the whole drive, but then passed out cold by the time we pulled into my driveway. She stayed with me for a month, wouldn't sleep in the dark, wouldn't eat if I didn't sit with her. I called a therapist, a priest, even a paranormal group. Someone online had recommended them. No one helped. Most didn't even call back. Then one morning, I woke up to find her gone. No note, nothing. Her phone left behind. I eventually got a call from a hospital in Bend. She checked herself in under a different name, and then somehow they'd identified her. When I visited, she was calm, clear. She looked healthier than I'd seen her in months. No shadows under her eyes, no weird shifts in her voice. It was like someone had flipped her back on. I asked what happened, what finally helped. She said she met someone, a woman who knew what it was. It turns out while she was in Bend, she'd started talking to a nurse who'd grown up on a reservation nearby. She said this nurse introduced her to someone, a kind of healer, not a priest, not a therapist, just someone who knew how to deal with spirits, someone who believed her. I don't know what they did exactly. My sister wouldn't tell me much. Only that it wasn't some big ritual or dramatic scene like you'd see in a movie. Just a quiet, deliberate process that took days. A kind of extraction, she said. It's not gone, she told me, but it doesn't live in me anymore. I remember she looked out the window after she said that, and she added, "She helped me send it back." We don't really talk much anymore. She's alive, she works, she seems normal. But every time we do talk, she ends the call the same way. "Don't invite it in." I never asked what it really was, and I never went back to her place. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch my reflection in a dark window. I wonder if whatever was inside of her is still out there. And I wonder if it remembers me. I worked nights at an office depot in the early 2000s. There were 2, at most 3 of us, locked in the store overnight. The manager would let us out at 6 a.m. No one could come in or out without setting off the alarm. The weird things that happened started with footsteps down the hallway. My coworker and I would be in the back office printing signs, and all of a sudden you'd hear someone walking down the hallway towards us. One of us would peek out, and there would be no one there. One night we're working, and around 3 a.m., the store phone keeps ringing. My coworker finally picks it up, listens for a few seconds, and says, "Sorry, you have the wrong number," and hangs up. It rings again. Same girl. He hangs up. Calls again. This time he puts her on speaker. She's crying, sobbing. "Why won't you talk to me? What's wrong with you?" My coworker, "Ma'am, you have the wrong number. Please stop calling." He hangs up. He looks at me and he says, "This is fucking weird, man." I tell him it's just some crazy person calling. No big deal. The phone rings again. He puts it on speaker. "I'm not crazy." Click. She hangs up and never calls again. Scared the ever-loving shit out of us. One night I'm stocking the supply side of the store, envelopes and stuff like that. My coworker comes running over from tech and heads to the next aisle over. He says there's someone in the store. I think that he's messing with me, but he's clearly disturbed by it. We search the store, and no one's there. I asked what he saw, and he says that there was a man walking parallel to me on the next aisle. He was up on a ladder stocking printers and saw him. He was extremely spooked by this, almost falling off the ladder. One night, 3 of us were working together in one aisle, goofing off, really, and we hear a man's voice on the other side of the store yell out, "What the hell?" at the top of his lungs. It scared all of us so badly, we called the morning manager. He wasn't happy, told us to quit fucking around. When I took 2 weeks off for my honeymoon, the guy that they got to cover for me lasted 1 week before he quit. I ran into him a few weeks after I got back, asked him what happened. He said he couldn't do it. He kept seeing people standing there, out of the corner of his eye, but when he looked, no one was there. He said footsteps turned into something charging at him. Something invisible. The night crew stopped when I left. My coworker quit and they hired a woman to replace him. Her second night she came up to me and said the back of her neck was on fire. I looked, and she had these fresh, deep red scratches running from her neck to the middle of her back. They weren't bleeding, but they were obvious, and they looked painful. It scared the hell out of her, and me, to be quite honest. That was the last straw for me. I quit a few days later. Years ago, right after high school, I got really into the occult. Still am, honestly, but I'm much more careful about it now. Back then, though, I was reckless. I messed around with Ouija boards, did ritual work without knowing what I was really inviting in, and let's just say, I learned the hard way that some things should be left alone. I've had my share of weird experiences, shadow people, sleep paralysis, even run-ins with a figure known as the Hat Man. But nothing compares to the night that I encountered something far worse. Something I'm pretty sure attached itself to me. At the time, I was living with my aunt. One night I woke up to use the bathroom, nothing out of the ordinary. But when I came back to my room, the second I stepped inside, I felt it. The air was ice cold. I could literally see my breath. My gut dropped, and every hair on my body stood on end. Somehow, I wasn't alone. There was something in the corner of my room. I couldn't see it, not at first, but I knew it was there. I tried to ignore it, climbed back into bed, pulled the blanket up, but the second I shut my eyes, A deep, consuming hatred washed over me. It wasn't just fear. It was something else. Something dark and furious. My heart started going crazy. My body locked up, and then, from that corner, I heard a whisper. It wasn't English. It wasn't any language I recognized, but it was right there, inches from me. And then I saw her. She drifted out of the shadows, tall, impossibly pale, with matted black hair hanging in her face. Her dress was filthy. It was torn, like she'd clawed her way out of the ground. And the smell, sulfur, rot, something dead. It flooded my nose, making me gag. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I'd never smelled anything in my dream before. This was really happening. She didn't just stand there. She moved, slow, towards my bed, and then got into it. Before I knew it, she was hovering above me, her face just inches from mine, her lips moving, still whispering words I couldn't understand. And then suddenly, her hands were on me, one around my throat, the other forcing its way into my mouth. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. Everything started to go dark. The next thing I knew, my aunt was shaking me awake. I was on the floor at the foot of my bed. My throat was burning. She was in a panic, saying she heard thumps, muffled screams. She came in and saw me thrashing, shaking violently, before I tumbled off the bed. And sure enough, when I looked in the mirror, a bruise circling my entire neck. For a while, things calmed down, but she wasn't gone. I saw her again. I felt her again. And every time it got worse. Then in 2018, I met my fiancé. When I moved in with her, I told her everything. She's Wiccan, comes from a long line of witches, and the first thing that she did was cleanse and smudge me. She gave me crystals for protection, did another cleansing on the house. For a while, it seemed like it worked, but ever so often, I still see her, especially in my nightmares, in the corner of my vision when I'm out in public. It's like she's just watching. Whenever that happens, my fiancé does another round of smudging, and it's enough to keep whatever this thing is at bay. But I know it's still there, lurking, and every time I feel it, something bad follows. I know now what evil feels like, and the thing is, once you know it, you never forget. I don't talk about this, really. Whenever I have, people get that look. You know the one. They're waiting for you to finish, so they can politely write you off as going through something. But I know what happened. I know what I felt. And even if I don't know what it was, I know it wasn't human. It started last spring. I just moved into my apartment and nothing major was off. The shifts from normal to bad started a few months after moving in. First, small stuff, little annoyances that I brushed off. I'd find things knocked over when I came home, like a cup tipped off the counter, shoes turned around, picture frame slightly off. I assumed I was being clumsy or tired, distracted. But then it escalated. One night I was getting ready for bed, and the bathroom door slammed shut behind me, so hard it shook the mirror. No windows open, no draft, just this violent, intentional slam. It felt like it was aimed at me. I thought maybe someone had broken in. I checked the whole apartment and nothing, just me and the silence that followed after I stopped hurrying around. But the worst moment, the one that I still wake up remembering, was about a week after the door slamming. I was in the kitchen, barefoot, getting a glass of water. All of a sudden, I felt this force, cold and fast. It rushed past me and shoved me from behind, hard. I hit the floor so fast, I didn't have time to catch myself. My lip split open on the tile. My glass shattered. I screamed, not because it hurt, but because I knew that no one else was there. But something had pushed me. I felt it, the weight, the intention. And right before it happened, just for a second, I swear I felt and heard a breath in my ear, a low, angry exhale. Not like wind, not like a floorboard creaking. It was a breath. After that, it didn't even stop. Lights flickering when I entered a room, the sense of being watched so intense, I couldn't sleep without the lights on. I even stayed with a friend for a few nights, and after I begged her to tell me if I was crazy or not, she admitted to me she heard footsteps pacing outside my bedroom one night when she'd stayed over. She said it was obvious it was coming from right outside the door, but it was even more obvious that no one was out there because the door was open and she could see clearly. I moved out a month later. I left some furniture behind. I didn't care. Whatever it wasn't tied to me, so that's what I thought. 2 weeks after moving, my car radio switched to static, and then it cut out completely. For a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. Not panic, actual suffocation, like the air was gone. I felt this wave of horror like this was death. And then, just like that, it stopped. I was able to catch my breath again. The radio was back, like nothing had happened. I screamed at the top of my lungs, telling whatever it was to go away, to leave me alone. I don't know exactly what I said, but I know it was hysterical. Nothing like it's ever happened since, though. I don't know what it was. A spirit, a presence, just pure hatred. All I know is it wasn't there to just scare me. I think it was truly there to hurt me, maybe even kill me. When I was 13, I woke up in the middle of the night, standing in front of my dresser mirror, my reflection staring back at me, my lips moving, repeating the same phrase over and over. The gift is coming. The gift is coming. The words felt rhythmic, almost like a chant. They were what finally pulled me into a full awareness. My mouth was still forming the sounds as I came to. My voice was flat and emotionless. The moment I realized what I was doing, a wave of unease washed over me. I talked in my sleep all the time, still do, but I'd never walked in my sleep before. I remember thinking it was weird, but eventually shrugging it off. I climbed back into bed, and by morning, the whole thing was little more than a passing thought. A couple of days later, my 2 friends came over. One of them had a Ouija board, which I'd never seen before and I didn't know much about. I played on it with them for a while, but it just spelled out random letters. Nothing made sense. Eventually, I got bored and went into my room while my friends kept playing. A little while later, they packed it up, slightly disappointed. They wanted to walk to Dairy Queen instead. As we walked, I casually asked if anything had happened while they were playing. My friends just shrugged. Not really, one said. We were just asking dumb questions about our futures, like, will Heather get a boyfriend? What job will Elizabeth have? Stuff like that. Did it answer anything? I asked them. They both laughed. Not really. Mostly just gave random letters or stopped working. It was kind of lame. I remember asking, did you ask anything about me? Yeah, just a general question, like what does the future hold for Sierra? My stomach tightened for reasons I didn't really know. And I asked them. They glanced at each other before answering. That was actually the one time it spelled a real word. I hesitated, not sure if I wanted to know. What word? Gift, my friend said. Gift. A strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck. I hadn't told anyone about waking up in front of the mirror. I'd barely even thought about it since that night, but now, every detail came rushing back. The words I'd spoken in my sleep. The gift is coming. Something about it sent an unshakable unease through me. But what was even stranger to me at that age was my reaction. Normally, I was quite a talker. If something weird happened, I'd tell anyone who'd listen. But this time, I just said, "Oh." I wasn't scared. I wasn't worried about what they'd think. I just didn't want to talk about it. It felt like something that belonged to me alone, something I wasn't supposed to share. I'm 53 now. I only told this story for the first time about a year ago. It still pops into my head randomly, like an unsolved puzzle I was never meant to understand. I don't know if I ever received the gift. Maybe I already have it. Maybe I'll never know. Or maybe one day I'll wake up again, standing in front of a mirror, finally understanding what I've been waiting for. I retired to a small house along the coast of Maine after 40 years in Boston. It's quiet here, windy. You can smell the salt even when the tide's out. It's definitely the place that people move when they're trying to get away from something or forget something. In my case, that was mostly true. A few months ago, my older sister passed away. Not after everything with our parents, but I still drove down to take care of her estate, mostly out of guilt. She didn't have kids, just a few dusty rooms, all filled with old furniture, brittle photos, antiques that she'd collected over the years. The only thing she left me specifically was a doll. I remember it from when we were children. A soft-bodied thing, ceramic face and jointed arms. Her name was Charlotte. My sister loved that doll, carried her everywhere, even when she was far too old to do so. I didn't like Charlotte. I remember telling her once that the doll was staring too hard. And that was the last time I touched it. Still, when I found it wrapped carefully in a pillowcase, tucked inside an old sewing chest, something made me bring it home. At first, I just set it on the shelf in the back bedroom. I didn't think about it, but a week or so later, I started to feel this strange urge to sew again. I used to be a seamstress years ago. I even ran a shop with my ex-husband before the arthritis made it too painful. After we divorced, I never picked up a needle again. I didn't miss it, honestly. But now, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I pulled out my old kit. It was still packed in a bin in the garage. I found myself stitching little scraps of fabric together while the radio played in the background. Patches, old shirt cuffs. My fingers ached, but something about it felt necessary. And then one morning I woke up to find the doll wasn't on the shelf anymore. She was sitting at my work table, surrounded by bits of fabric I hadn't cut. Next to her was a spool of thread and a needle sticking out of a swatch of navy blue velvet, the exact shade my sister used to dress her in. I figured I must have moved her and forgotten. That seemed easier than the alternative. I sewed the dress. I don't know why. It just felt like the right thing to do. Once I finished, I slipped it onto her stiff little weird body. It fit perfectly. She almost looked happy. That night, I woke up to the sound of my sewing chair creaking. The room was dark, and I could just make out a shape at the desk. I turned on the light. The chair was empty, the doll on the shelf. I told myself I dreamt those sounds, but the next day, there was a new set of fabric on the table. Tiny shoes this time, box leather, and an old brass button. already threaded, waiting for me. I hadn't laid them out. My hands hurt the whole time I made them, but I didn't stop. Every morning after that, I'd find new material set up. I never heard her move. I never saw her move. But I started noticing that her head was tilted slightly more towards me each day. Her painted eyes, they felt aware. One morning, I woke to find a thimble jammed onto my finger, not just placed, forced. It was tight and digging into my skin, like it had been shoved there while I was asleep. The doll was in the chair this time, and it was facing me, with thread wrapped tightly around both arms, like restraints. And that's when I realized she didn't want clothes. She wants attention. I tried to stop. I locked her up in the shed. I threw away the sewing kit in the trash. The moment she reappeared on that shelf, I burned the doll. The next morning, I took her down to the rocky shore with a can of lighter fluid, and I set the whole thing ablaze. I stayed until there was nothing but ash and scorched buttons. The house has been quiet ever since, but I haven't touched my sewing kit or anyone like it since, not even to move it. Still in the trash bin there, and I leave the lid shut tight. Every now and then, when the tide comes in, the wind pushes hard against the window panes. I swear, I hear my sewing machine whirring in the back room. I don't own one anymore. When my mom was a little kid, her dad was killed in a road accident. The grief nearly broke my Nan. She couldn't accept that he was gone, not entirely. And in her desperation, she started trying to contact him. It started small, leaving out little notes, whispering to the empty spaces of the house. But then my great aunt got involved. She was deep into the kinds of things that most people avoid: spiritualism, old rituals, things she claimed could pierce the veil between worlds. She convinced my Nan that there was a way to reach my grandfather. All they needed was a board. They did it at night, after the kids had gone to bed. The planchette moved with a mind of its own, spelling things my Nan swore only her husband would know. At first, she believed. At first, it was comforting. But then the messages changed. The tone turned cruel. The thing on the board knew too much. Things it shouldn't have known. And then, the worst part, it never left. Whatever they let out that night clung to my mom's older sister. She was 6 at the time. My mom was only 4. My mom refuses to talk about the worst of it, but the stories have never stopped. The scratches came first, deep, angry welts appearing overnight, sometimes fresh and bleeding in the morning. Then, objects moved, small things at first. A toy rolling across the floor, a spoon falling from the counter. But soon it escalated. Books were thrown across the room, plates shattered mid-air. The worst nights, the girls would wake up screaming, their hair being yanked by invisible hands. Doors locked on their own, not just bedroom doors, but the front door, the bathroom, even cabinets and drawers, trapping them, taunting them. My Nan would have to fight with the locks, sometimes taking them clean off with a hammer, just to free her children. And then there was the fire. My mom swears she woke up to smoke filling her room one night. The source, her own bedside table. The wood itself had started to smolder, blackening and cracking as if someone had held a flame to it. No candles, no matches, nothing around it that could have caused it. Whatever it was never left my aunt. Even after she grew up and moved to another country, it followed. Her husband, her children. They all experienced the same things that she did as a child. Doors that lock on their own, objects moving, scratches. cold spots that are so intense they leave breath hanging in the air. The last time that she visited here, I made the mistake of staying overnight at my nan's house while she was there. I barely slept. The entire night, I felt watched. My phone screen kept lighting up by itself, as if someone was touching it. And then, around 3 a.m., I heard something, a soft, scraping sound, like nails dragging along the wall just beside my bed. I packed my bags and left before dawn. Now, when I visit my aunt's country, I stay in a hotel. No exceptions. People think these things aren't real, that Ouija boards are just games. But I'm telling you, once you open that door, you don't always get to close it. My aunt never even touched the board herself, and yet it latched onto her. It has haunted her for decades. It's haunted us all. Blessings, prayers, exorcisms, none of it has ever worked. So if you ever find yourself sitting in front of a board, staring at that little wooden planchette, ask yourself this: what if something answers? And worse, what if it never leaves? I live in a small town in Alaska. And when I say small, I'm talking a place that you can only get to by boat or plane. One road in, one road out. Winter starts in October and ends in May. You don't lock your doors because of crime. You lock them so wildlife doesn't wander in. And yes, we have internet. Anyway, when my older brother Levi came back from his rehab stint in Anchorage, things felt off right away. Not just with him, though he was quieter than usual, but also with the thing that he'd brought home with him. A dirty porcelain doll with a cracked face and tangled red yarn hair. He said he found it near the edge of the rehab center's property, half buried under the snow by a stump. He said he didn't know why, but he felt like he had to keep it. We laughed it off at first, at least I did. Figured it was a weird emotional support thing, but he was dead serious. Told us her name was Isla. The weird part, well, besides the doll itself, he started sleeping with it. Not even kidding. Propped it up on the pillow next to him and talked to it like it was a real person. I made fun of him once, and he completely freaked out. Said Isla didn't like being talked about that way, and that I should apologize. I didn't. I wasn't going to apologize to a doll. A few days later, my snow boots went missing, and then I found them frozen solid inside the chest freezer in the garage. No one would fess up. A few days after that, I woke up to whispering in the hallway. I thought it was Levi at first, but when I cracked the door, the whispering stopped, and he was dead asleep. But then I saw the doll sitting upright on the hallway floor, facing my room. I asked him about it the next morning, and he got real quiet and said, "I guess she's just curious about people who disrespect her." After that, I started locking my door at night, even though I was sure it was Levi messing with me. A week later, Levi came into my room with this blank look on his face, asked if I'd seen Isla. I told him no, I hadn't touched the damn thing. He searched the whole house in a frenzy, practically tearing it apart. Finally, he found her in the crawl space, sitting neatly in the middle of the floor, holding one of my socks in her lap. At this point, my parents were starting to worry. Not in the same way that I was. The Levi had just gotten clean, and they didn't want to push too hard. They chalked it up to post-rehab stress. The counselor said to give it time. But then the bruises started. Small ones at first, on his arms, his ribs. He claimed he fell out of bed or hit the door frame in the dark. But one morning I saw handprints, tiny ones. Like a child had grabbed him with both of their hands and squeezed as hard as they could. The last straw came when I woke up in the middle of the night, and I found Isla sitting on my chest. I screamed so loud, my mom ran in with a baseball bat. The doll rolled onto the floor, cracked its face worse than it already had. My brother was sobbing, said he didn't know how she got in there, said she gets angry when people ignore her, lie about her. That was the night my dad finally snapped. He took the doll outside, poured gasoline all over it, and burned it in the fire pit. Levi didn't speak for 2 days. When he finally did, he just kept saying, "She's not gone. I think she's waiting." And that was 2 years ago. Levi moved out shortly after. Now he lives in Juneau. He's clean, has a job, seems okay. It hasn't been many times, but sometimes I still find little things in weird places. My toothbrush under the bed, a marble on my pillow. And once, I swear to God, I heard whispering behind me. I've never seen the doll again, but I still don't like to sleep without locking my door. I wasn't a correctional officer, but I did spend some time in prison, and I had some crazy things happen that still give me chills to this day. I was a bad apple for sure in my younger years, which landed me in jail and eventually prison. Thankfully, I've gotten wiser and more law-abiding since. But during my time of incarceration, I had these particular dreams, which always involved the same kid who was always possessed by the end. And the weird part is, I was always fully aware in my dream. Not awake aware, but still in the dream, nonetheless. I guess it's like lucid dreaming, except I didn't manifest this kid. He just was there. It's like this kid knew I was aware, and he would talk to me about the most hair-crawling things. He enjoyed the fact that it was scary to me, making me feel like all hope was lost. It was so vivid and real, literally felt like it was more than just a nightmare, and it was repetitive. I never had repetitive dreams before. At times toward the end, I would wake up but couldn't move. I couldn't scream, open my eyes, or anything. I was aware and what felt like fully awake through this whole process. From the dreams, to the conversations, to the paralysis. I finally broke down, told my cellie. He told me that I needed to read the Bible. I needed to pray, and that if it didn't work, then I was screwed. So I did, because at that point I was terrified to even sleep. It was that bad. And being raised a Southern Baptist, this seemed pretty logical. And honestly, it was only after I prayed and put the Bible under my pillow that the nightmares and paralysis stopped. I eventually stopped praying and putting the Bible under my pillow, thinking everything was fine, but I was wrong. It came back stronger and harder, almost like it was angry. The rest of my incarceration, I rarely missed a night of prayer or having my Bible close by while I slept. I don't have any clue what it was or have any explanation for why it happened only during my incarceration, but I do know that that's what made it stop and possibly saved me from going insane. Even if it is all in my head, I'm glad something worked, because those dreams, those experiences, they were worse than my actual time inside. I was 20 when this happened, but even now, over 10 years later, I won't let a Ouija board in my house. I won't even touch the box. My friend Lauren had one that she'd gotten from her cousin's attic. It looked old. Like, not mass-produced Parker Brothers old, but weirdly handmade. The board was thick wood, almost black. The letters looked like they'd been burned into it. I remember the planchette was carved, what looked like out of bone. She swore up and down it was fake, but I don't think it was meant to be a toy. Anyway, we were staying in her grandma's cabin for the weekend, way out near the Blue Ridge. Middle of nowhere, no signal, no neighbors, just old woods, wind, quiet. It started like any dumb sleepover type thing. We even lit candles, had dumb questions prepared. But then Lauren asked if anyone was with us, and the planchette moved. I swear to God, it moved. Not fast, not dramatic, but just enough to make it feel like someone was answering. It spelled Rose. None of us knew a Rose. We asked if she had a message, and it spelled leave. Then again, leave. Lauren thought it was funny, like the ghost was a dramatic movie villain or something, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It felt serious, and unless Lauren was doing this herself, I felt like whoever or whatever was talking wasn't messing around. I said goodbye and took my hands off. The planchette didn't move after that. Lauren and the others messed around for another 10 minutes, but eventually got bored. We went to bed around 2. That night, I woke up because I thought I heard someone walking around on the porch. Slow, heavy steps. Thought maybe Lauren was outside for a smoke, but when I checked, her bed was full. I tried to ignore it, thought maybe it was a raccoon or one of the other girls. I'm a city kid. I don't know what kind of wildlife makes what sounds. Though deep down, I don't think it was an animal. And then something scratched the wall behind my head. I froze. It wasn't a random thump or animal sound. It was scratching, slow, deliberate, and it was high up, like whatever it was very tall. I turned on my flashlight, but I didn't see anything. In the morning, because somehow I managed to fall asleep, I noticed the glass on the back of the door had a weird, greasy handprint on it, too big to be one of ours. It looked smudged, like someone had pressed their face against the glass, too. We packed up early, and we left that day. None of us talked about it on the ride back. A week later, Lauren messaged me. She said she couldn't find the board. Thought maybe one of us had taken it. None of us had taken it. We never saw it again. I still don't know what we talked to that night. But I think about what it said. Leave. And I think maybe it wasn't trying to scare us. Maybe it was trying to protect us. And maybe whatever it was trying to keep out got in anyway. The googly eyes on my child's art project moved the other day. I watched them as they moved from left to right and back again. At one point during their cycle, they both stopped in the middle of their domed enclosures, like the eyes were looking back at me. It sounds completely absurd. It felt absurd confirming with myself that these black dots were actually moving. The googly eyes are glued on a clay cup that over the last week she'd painted, put it in a kiln. When my daughter brought it home, we put the eyes on. She was supposed to fill it with her favorite drink and bring it to school the next day. My daughter didn't notice it. I felt for vibrations or any sort of explanation for what I'd seen. But if I'd been honest with myself, I knew the obscure way those black circles drifted up and then back and forth, like they did. They weren't going to be the result of my daughter's knee bumping the table. It made me incredibly anxious. When the dots floated back down, I grabbed a bunch of cocoa packets, stuffed them in the cup, and then stuffed it into her backpack. She'd be bringing it back to school the next day, so I tried not to think any more about it after that. But today, she brought the cup back home. I shouldn't have been surprised, or at least I should have acted like I wasn't as surprised. When she pulled it out of her backpack this afternoon, well, have you ever accidentally said something out loud that you thought you were thinking? I don't know how to explain it, but in my defense, I was caught off guard. and I really didn't know how uncomfortable it made me until I was face to face with the googly eyes again. I accidentally blurted out, "No, Taylor, why'd you bring that home again?" Then I thought, "No, Judy, you just said that out loud. Recover, recover. She's looking at you. Say something quick." So I go, "Why'd you bring that home again? Because all my other cups are going to get jealous that I'm drinking from this one every day." Boom. Mic drop. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and now I'm dreading having my morning coffee in it tomorrow. I've considered breaking it. Talked to my partner about it. He doesn't think that I should break it. He thinks I'm overreacting. I think I could possibly be saving us from a demonic poltergeist, but oh well. He's not a skeptic either. This isn't the first time our girl has brought some miscellaneous item with something attached to it home. It's like the spirits are attracted to her. I don't like it. The first time she brought home a stuffed goose that she'd picked out of a pile of stuffed animals at the state fair. The night I came home with us, things started happening around the house. I'd hear footsteps in other rooms when I was the only one home, and the stuffed goose would randomly appear in different places, even after I'd consciously remembered putting it somewhere else. Every time I'd see it out of place in the house, I'd just grab it again and walk it back into Taylor's room. These things I could ignore. They weren't big enough to throw me off my routine, although I did hate finding that goose everywhere. It felt intrusive. As much as I tried to ignore it, I couldn't get rid of the sense that I was being spied upon in my own home. I think the more I ignored it, the more its insistence for acknowledgement intensified. That's the only way I can describe it. For example, originally when I'd find the goose in different places, it would be on the floor. Then I'd start finding it on the couch and tables around the house. Then finally one night I'm crawling into bed, and as I'm getting under the sheets, the back of my legs feel the unmistakable prickly fur of the stuffed goose. I screamed. It woke up my partner, and it made the neighbor's dog bark. But I'd had enough, and that dog always barks at any time of the night without my help, so I didn't feel bad about that either. I marched that goose directly outside and straight to the trash. As I'm walking out the door, I see my partner in the living room. I ask what he's doing down there, as I could have sworn I'd just seen him in bed a second ago. That realization made me physically sick when it left my mouth. And extra urgent to get that stuffed goose out of the house. I couldn't wait for his response. I ran past him, out the door, to trash it. My partner followed me out and asked me if I had just come from our bedroom upstairs. I tell him, yes, I was just getting into bed, and I found this goose, decided I hated it, and wanted to throw it in the garbage. He looked pale. His eyes looked like they were filling with tears. He goes, I was in bed, but I heard you calling my name from downstairs." He pauses to ask me again, almost pleading with me that I was messing with him. But I promised. He tells me that it was my voice calling him, telling him to come downstairs, although he knew deep down that I was in the shower upstairs. The voice he heard was so convincing that he followed it downstairs. In our house, there's a small hallway that you have to walk through from the bottom of the stairs to the living room. He says that he saw what he thought was me turning the hallway corner into the living room, but he couldn't find me when he got there, and he nearly had a full-on heart attack when I came running up behind him, looking crazed with a stuffed goose. It was a draining experience for us both. I had the chance to tell him all the crazy stuff that had happened with the goose, and that's where I thought all the energy was coming from. The next morning, when Taylor asked where it was, I told her that the goose was infested with bugs, so we had to throw it out. Not my best, but the latter was telling her that it was infested with the devil. Taylor's asleep now. I passed by her bedroom a few moments ago, saw her curled up under the covers, breathing softly, safe. The mug is still on the kitchen counter. I tried moving it to the cabinet earlier, just to get it out of my sight. But I only made it a few steps before something inside of me said nope. Back on the counter it went. I can't keep it, but I also can't just throw it in the trash, not like the goose. She made this thing. She was proud of it. She watched it come to life with paint and glitter and a gallon of glue, even with the eyes. And I saw her face when I joked about all the other mugs being jealous. I gave her that moment. I can't rip it away now. At least, not in a way that she'll notice. So I've been brainstorming. Maybe it accidentally falls off the shelf tomorrow. Maybe it gets a chip and becomes too sharp to keep. Maybe it goes into a donation box and finds its way to a very unlucky thrift store. But it has to go. I know how this starts. Small things, subtle shifts, feelings you try to ignore, until one night you find yourself questioning your own reality while your partner insists nothing is wrong, and your daughter is calling out from her room, saying she saw something move in the hallway. I'd rather deal with the disappointed 6-year-old than open that door again. And I know this sounds crazy, but the longer it stays, the more I can feel it. Not just the movement of the eyes, but something else. Like it's aware of me, the way I'm aware of it. Like it's waiting for me to slip up, let my guard down. No, I've learned my lesson. The mug has to go. Quietly, carefully, before whatever's inside decides to stay. I used to work the night shift at a 24-hour diner just off the highway. One of those old places that still smells like cigarette smoke even though it's been banned for years. Most of our customers were truckers or insomniacs, or the occasional creeper who thought a waitress working at 3 a.m. wanted to hear about his dreams. Anyway, one night I stepped outside for a break around 2:30. Cold, quiet, no cars in the lot. I lit a cigarette and started scrolling through my phone, and that's when I heard it. Someone calling my name. Soft like a whisper, but clear. Ashley. I turned around, expecting to see Tony, the cook, maybe messing with me. But no one was there. The alley beside the diner was empty. And then I heard it again. Ashley, hey. It was my mom's voice. But my mom died 5 years ago. Sudden aneurysm. But I'd recognize her voice anywhere. I used to fall asleep to it as a kid, humming in the kitchen while she cleaned. This voice, though, it sounded right, but wrong. Like it had the notes, but not the warmth. The kind of voice that gets under your skin. Like something pretending to be something it isn't. I backed up toward the door, and that's when I saw it. Just at the edge of the alley, something standing in the dark. But I could see the face just faintly. It looked like her, or tried to, like someone describing her to a sketch artist from memory. The mouth was wrong, and her eyes wouldn't blink. Then, whatever this thing was, said, "Come here, baby," in that same off-key version of her voice. I slammed the door, locked it behind me. I told Tony someone was outside, but of course, no one was there by the time he checked. I didn't take another break alone after that. I haven't had dreams about my mom since. And I've got no idea what any of it means. This happened to me last winter. It's not dramatic and there's no huge final reveal, but it's the one thing that's ever made me question whether something else might be sharing my house. I live alone, except for my niece who visits every other weekend. She's 6, obsessed with unicorns and dinosaurs, and has a designated toy bin in my living room filled with everything from plushies to plastic horses. One of her favorite toys is this little wind-up dog that pops up and barks when you twist it with a key. It's an old-school kind, pretty annoying, but she loves it. I always put it back in the bin after she leaves. Same place every time. But a few days after her last visit, I noticed a toy sitting in the middle of the living room floor. I didn't think much of it, figured I'd forgotten to clean it up, or maybe my foot nudged the bin. So I tossed it back in. The next morning, it was back. Same spot, facing the couch. I live alone. No pets. No one else has a key. That thing shouldn't be moving on its own. I checked the cameras, just a cheap indoor security cam I have in the corner. It didn't catch anything. The toy just wasn't in the bin anymore. It didn't show up in the footage at all, what had happened to it. One frame it's in, the next, it's out. This went on for a week. Every night I'd toss it back in the bin. Every morning it'd be sitting in the exact same spot on the floor. Not even randomly placed, aligned, like someone had positioned it deliberately. One night I stayed up, left all of the lights off, pretended to go to bed, and sat in the kitchen with a clear view of the toy. Nothing happened for hours. Then I heard the click of a wind-up key turning, slow, mechanical, just once. I didn't move, hardly breathed, just waited. Then it barked, just one sharp yip. The sound echoed through the house like a slap. I turned on every light and checked the toy. It hadn't moved, still sitting there, key fully unwound. I got rid of it the next day, tossed it in the outside trash bin. That weekend, my niece came over and immediately asked, "Where's the barking dog?" I told her it broke. She looked confused and said, "Oh, I thought maybe he left since he didn't like you watching him." I asked what she meant. She shrugged. "He only plays when you're not looking." I want to preface this by saying that I know this story is going to upset people, but since it's my story, I think we can all agree that it upsets no one more than me. So here goes. My mom had a rough childhood. A psychologist might suggest her hoarding of animals and things were to compensate for the attachment issues my grandparents ingrained into her character as a child. She exhibited unhealthy coping habits as an adult because her needs weren't met when she was young, and therefore she didn't possess the knowledge within her to be a tentative mother when it was her turn to raise me. She made childish decisions while being manically impulsive and explosive with her emotions. Adult tantrums louder than my kid voice could scream showed me that screaming doesn't fix things. I watched her do that with people at the store, people on the phone, and with me, unable to separate volume from valid points. This personality type often doesn't make a lot of friends, and the ones that she did have had issues of their own that made my mom look great in comparison, or enabled and ignored her behavior because they felt sorry for us. Never being shown real love through loyalty, my mom gravitated towards rescuing abused dogs and cats that she'd find on the streets, or one of her friends' boyfriends needed to get rid of. And that's how we got William. He was a Rottweiler mix that was beaten and starved by the old owner. My naive mom didn't believe her boyfriend could be equally as cruel to her. When they broke up, she kept William. The guy actually just left William with us and never came back. I didn't like that dog. The hostile environment it was raised in made William naturally aggressive. We had a futon that he'd crawl under with my toys. The first time I'd gotten on my hands and knees to retrieve them, he waited under the futon while I got real low and stretched my arm in as far as I could. I had one of my toys in my hand when William attacked me. His teeth sunk into my forearm and almost broke it. His bites were so fast, it was a matter of seconds, but that was enough for William to get my arm real good. Enough that my mom reluctantly had to drive me to the hospital and get stitches. Before we got there, She told me to tell the doctors I was attacked by a neighborhood dog. From what my mom told me about William, he'd been beaten so bad he had brain damage. It was a deeply saddening situation that my mom had rescued him from, but in her efforts, she'd brought a danger into our home, and I began to think that he was possessed more than brain damage. He wasn't a dumb dog. Most of the time, William was calm and timid, and then like that, he'd snap. His tail would freeze, and he'd start shaking his body like his fur was wet. The shake would last close to 20 seconds, and then William would freeze, start rolling his head in slow, full circles. Most noticeably, the fur would stand different on his body. I only saw him do the shake thing once, but I knew to stay away from William when I saw all the hair look prickly and stuff. The change was subtle, but the things he did in this altered state felt more deliberate. In the morning before school one morning, I was getting ready to leave for the bus. My backpack was missing from where I'd put it. I start rushing around the house looking for my backpack. When I enter my bedroom, the lights are off. I trip over something large laying right inside the doorway of my room. I faceplant and feel my backpack under me. Then William gets a hold of my left leg, starts tugging my leg like a chew rope. The pain is sharp. The receptors in my brain are instantly alarming my body with jolts of pain as William takes bite after bite of my leg. I try pulling away. I even tried slapping his head, but he wouldn't let go. William didn't growl or bark. He didn't snarl. His attack was intentional. Like noise was for intimidation, and he knew I was way beyond afraid of him. My bedroom window faced the street opposite of my front door. I can hear the school bus going from left to right, getting ready to turn down the road in front of my house. William also hears the bus, his ears tilted back, and he drops my leg from his mouth, walks away like nothing happened. The bites weren't hospital level. My jeans were torn and I was bleeding, but only in spots and not profusely. My mom also wasn't home that morning. I knew my only chance to get an adult to look at my injuries would be to get to my bus stop. Grabbing my backpack with me as I got up, it hurt to put a lot of weight on that leg. Somehow, though, I managed to get myself all the way out the door, locking it behind me into my bus, just as it was about to close its doors. The bus driver looked at my pants and then looked at me. It wasn't his job, nor did he have the proper medical equipment available on the bus. We both knew this, and without a word to each other, I took my seat and the bus continued picking up the rest of the children. Once I got to school, I went straight into the nurse's office. This wasn't the first time I'd been attacked by this neighborhood dog. I knew they were getting suspicious of how repetitive these injuries were. They asked if I had a dog at home. I was only allowed to talk about the 3 small dogs we had. Those dogs my mom took everywhere with her. The bite marks on my leg were far too big for dogs those size to inflict. I was never allowed to speak of the dysfunctions inside my home. The physical altercations I'd witnessed between my mom and her boyfriends, her alcoholism. I was brainwashed into having a mindset that it was us against the world. She's all I got, and I was all she had. I had no power over the situation I was in, and I coped the best I could with what I thought was normal. My clothes were dirty, and classmates would bully me about the way I smelled. I couldn't smell myself, so I didn't know what to do. This sad memory I'm mentioning specifically because on the day I decided to teach myself how to use the washer and dryer, I knew from commercials that there were things that you had to put into the washer to make your stuff smell good. We didn't have any of those things in our house. A single box of some generic detergent laid sideways on the closed lid of the washer. It was empty. That empty box smelled how I wished my clothes did. I set the box on the ground and replaced it with a handful of dirty clothes that I'd collected. Stuffing as much as I could into the top loader, I forced the lid back down and pressed start on the washer. Our laundry room was a little room that enters from a door in the kitchen. It felt like the temperature dropped when I turned to leave the laundry room area, and when I did, William was sitting on the other side of the kitchen, blocking the only way out into the rest of the house. His teeth are showing, like he's snarling, but the kitchen's completely quiet. To my right, the kitchen sink turns on full blast. The noise and spray of the mist against my shoulder shocks me. I flinch for a second, and in that blink, William, sitting in the same position, same scary face, is now sitting a few feet closer in the kitchen, off the dining room carpet now, and fully onto the linoleum. An almost crippling wave of anxiety fills my chest. Then, the faucet handle started flipping up and down, turning the water back and forth from on to off, and then back on again. The droplets landing on me were gradually becoming hotter, until it felt how bacon grease did when I'd cook it in the pan. Steam had also started to slowly fill the kitchen where we stood. Its diameter was probably 5 by 12. It was narrow. The floor plan only comfortably allowed one person in there to move freely. I had to divert my attention from William over to the faucet, and when I grabbed the metallic curved handle, it was hot. There was a force moving the faucet handle, though. I felt it move when my palm first grasped it, before pulling. It almost slipped up from my hands. It gave me the terror sensation like a nest of spiders had hatched in between my fingers, but instead, it was something that I couldn't see, pushing and pulling the handle around. When my hand grabbed it, the pressure lightened and increased like it had bumped something and tried again. Then it stopped and I pulled down. It had to be fractions of a second that this all happened. Grab handle, gross feeling, push handle off. I stepped back from the sink and quickly looked down again to see that William had moved a few tiles closer. I'd memorized exactly where he was, and it was only 2 tiles closer at most, but I didn't know how. I didn't know why he was doing this to me. I was cornered with no way out. The house phone, it was behind William, at the end of the kitchen counter. We both stood in the kitchen having a staring contest. As the steam dissipated, it rapidly cooled down again, and the mist that was once burning my skin had turned into an extra layer of cold for me to contend with. William opened his mouth like he was going to yawn, but he didn't close back down. He sat completely still, with his mouth wide open. Warm tears quickly added to the uncomfortable chill I was experiencing. William was easily my size or larger. He definitely outweighed me and outstrengthened me. The light switch to the kitchen is just outside the kitchen on the wall that is shared with the dining room. It makes a snap noise when you move the single panel switch. When the light starts flickering above, I can hear the snapping sound, just like the faucet. It starts turning on and off and on. And the next time that it turned off, the snapping sound stopped and the lights stayed off. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. It was like I was watching what I was seeing from the backseat of a car. I couldn't move. I could only witness what was happening around me like a movie. I was fear-stricken, but a low sound, quiet even in the silence, was able to pull me back into my body and away from the helpless fog. I heard William growl for the first time. It was a deep rumble that was broken up almost like caveman grunts. I screamed and hopped backwards onto the washer. I turned on the small light that only illuminated the laundry room. Anything past that line was completely dark. Along with the stuttered grunts, I could hear the nails on William's paws click on the linoleum. The sound grows until they're just outside the light. I could barely see him with the limited light that reflected off his chest fur, his muzzle that was now shut, and his eyes. There was something wrong with his eyes. There was no doubt in my mind that he could easily reach me from the top of the washer. At any moment, he was capable of dragging me off of the washer and mauling me to death in the kitchen. I honestly believed that that's how I was going to go that night. In my adolescent mind, I thought William was going to eat my whole body, and my mom was going to think I ran away. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed the empty box of detergent lying beside me, and I hold it in front of my face like a flimsy shield. William stands on his hind legs and puts his front paws onto where I'm laying. He stood above me with the cardboard being the only thing between us. While his drool landed on the box, an odor filled my nose that was unworldly. William smelled like sulfur. It was pungent. My arms held that flimsy box in front of me, while the rest of my body curled up like a shrimp, trying to get as small as possible. Then, he started his vibrating, patterned growls. When they stopped, there wasn't enough will in my body not to stay exactly how I was. My arms were going numb, and my defense slowly lowered, until I could see that William wasn't there anymore. The kitchen lights had turned back on, and my mom standing there, startled to see me on the washer. Both of us noticed at the same time that all of the cupboards in the kitchen have been opened and the drawers pulled out. The sight of all of this opens up a pit in my stomach, like a free fall into paranoia and dread. She scolds me, believing that I had done it, telling me I was going to bend the metal lid of the washer and the landlord was going to kick us out. Trying to tell her about William was only met with transferring the blame to me. I needed to stop messing with that dog. He was abused. I should take him for more walks after school. Now get off the fucking washer and close all this shit up. By then, my clothes were done. I threw them into the dryer afterwards with no idea what setting to turn the dial to. Any setting I would have chosen probably couldn't have dried my shirts and jeans with just one cycle. I found that out when I woke up in the morning. Not only did they not smell like the box I held in front of my face all night, they smelled mildewy. They were damp, and I was cold that day. The night's previous efforts were for nothing, less because my clothes were wet. I went to school that day filled with hate, and I took it out on the first bitch that asked for it. Standing in line waiting to enter my student number, I hear the group behind me snickering. I turn around. I found the girl laughing the loudest. I'd never been in a fight before that moment, but standing in the cafeteria that day, I consciously chose violence. It was clear the other girls hadn't been in a fight either. My punch wasn't lethal. It barely grazed her cheek, but it was enough to give her a little bruise. And I guess more importantly, instead of fighting me back, the girl's eyes just filled with tears. She and her group of friends immediately told on me to the lunchroom teachers, and I was sent to the principal's office, resulting in a 3-day suspension. My mom was furious. Her denial of the environment we lived in was fueled by projections of her qualities as a mom. When we got home, she told me that my new job at home will be to take William out for more walks. She only remembered her side of the conversation. I was forced to walk William. My mom was at home when I was at school, and she made sure that we got out of her hair while she got ready for work that afternoon. The house we lived in was part of an affordable housing program offered by a nonprofit. Our neighbors were degenerates and bums. The park down the street from my house would usually be a no-go by myself, as the south end was typically filled with a homeless community. If a bike went missing in our neighborhood, guarantee you would have found it at the park, next to someone's tent. But no one was ever brave enough to go get theirs back. It was rare that I took William for a walk, and though his incidents rarely happened outside, there were a few notable ones that are worth mentioning. The last one nearly took my life. My mom had unknowingly once grabbed William by his collar and yanked him outside really quick, saying that she thought he was going to throw up on the carpet. She must have seen him do the shaking out of our back window, His hair was straight as needles, and I watched William return to the back door. He had a squirrel, and he drowned it in his water bowl. His eyes pitch black. It was sadistic. He kept the squirrel gently but firmly compressed between his teeth until it was dead. Then he lifted its body out of the water and tossed it to the doormat. I was disgusted. Later, I got a shoebox and buried the squirrel in our flower bed. And then there's the last time that William would do something like this. I took him to the park under the secret hopes that one of those bums did approach me just to see if William would attack them. I thought, if one of these creeps does walk up to me, they deserve it because no adult should be approaching a child like that. None of them did, though. Everyone who saw us stayed away from William. We walked right through the south exit gates of the park without any interactions. On the other side of the park's gate, there is a 10-yard stretch consisting of a large grass patch and a sidewalk before reaching a busy highway. I tried to stay closest to the park's fence on the grassy area, planning to walk the border around towards home. Up to this point, the walk had been completely uneventful, and I'm almost able to enjoy an afternoon sun, one that I'd normally be stuck inside a classroom for. A sudden explosion of energy takes my feet off the ground, and the next thing I know, I'm being dragged towards the busy highway. The leash squeezes my ribs, making it hard to breathe. I'm being pulled so hard that the dirt gets in my mouth every time I try to open it to gasp for air. William is pulling the leash too tightly for me to unloop it. His paws dig into the ground as he uses all of his might to drag us closer to the speeding cars. 2 lanes heading east, 2 lanes heading west. The cars in the lane closest to us can see me being dragged in their direction, and they start honking, trying to switch lanes or pull over. Naturally, the lane closest to the sidewalk begins to slow down, just as William drags us from the grass to the sidewalk and onto the road. The cars in the next lane can't see us. As William clears the first lane of stopped cars, a woman driving a Ford Explorer is rushing to work. She's drinking a cup of hot coffee and glances down to find the cup holder inside her car. The light ahead is green, and there's no way that it was her fault. But in the time it takes for her to find the cup holder and set her coffee into it, William leaps into her lane, dragging me with him. Just as the car hurtles towards us, I feel a sharp tug at my waist. The leash snaps. My body flies sideways, slamming hard onto the sidewalk. I gasp as air fills my lungs for the first time in what feels like minutes. Through blurry eyes, I see William darting across the lanes of speeding traffic. Cars honk and swerve, but William avoids every near miss. He disappeared into the distance, running full tilt until he's out of sight. He never returned. I was laying there shaking, covered in dirt, too stunned to move. A driver who stopped to get out of his car rushes over to me. What happens next I can only remember in bits and pieces. I know the man lifts me by my underarms and carries me further down the sidewalk, setting me on a bus stop bench. An ambulance arrives, causing a traffic jam, and paramedics ask me questions, most of which I can't even answer. Someone retrieves the snapped leash still wrapped around my hips and carefully untangles it. When it catches on the ambulance door, they cut it off of me. I'm not physically injured, but I'm mentally shattered. I cried the entire ambulance ride to the hospital. Instead of going to the ER, they cleaned me up and take me to another part of the building, where I sit in an office filled with a few children's toys. A woman sits across from me, asks me questions. Her voice is soft and kind. I answer honestly, and for the first time, an adult shows interest in what's happening at my house. I feel a guilty weight lift as I realize I can finally tell someone about William and my home life. I wait in the woman's office for what feels like hours. Then I'm surprised when I see my uncle pick me up. When I climb into his truck, my backpack is sitting on the seat, along with a gym bag filled with my clothes. My uncle tells me that I'll be living with him and my aunt for a while, until Mom can get the house cleaned up a bit. He explains it kindly to a child. At their house, they wash my clothes. I sleep on a big couch in the living room. When it becomes clear that my stay is more permanent, my uncle moves his office to the garage and gives me that room as my new bedroom. I've had years of counseling to close the chapters of my childhood, and I'm grateful for the strength and character it's instilled in me. My mom, however, was never able to get a handle on her hoarding or her drinking, and when I was 19, my uncle received a call that authorities had found her deceased in her home after neighbors complained about a smell. You know that one cousin your mama never let you hang out with as a kid? Never let you go to their house, and they were never allowed to spend the night at yours, no matter how much you begged? Yeah, there was probably a good reason for them making that judgment call. I've got 2 stories that are perfect examples of this. They're both pretty bad, but when I heard the second story, I was so happy my mom made me go home that day. Because if I would have been there with them, I don't think that I would be the person I am today. I know my cousin ain't ever been the same since. Her name is Serenity, but family calls her Ren because 4 syllables is way too many for a first name, and her mom should have known better, thought about that before naming her that. The first of many bad judgment calls as a parent for her. Ren was free to walk the streets since she was able to walk. This bitch was in diapers at the mini-mart buying chips with money she'd stolen out of her mom's purse. This first story, we were 7 or 8, at a family barbecue. We're at my uncle's house. He lives in the mountains, and on his property he has a big tire swing made from an old tractor tire. Me and a few of the other cousins were swinging on it, pretending we were the Power Rangers. It had been a carefree day before Ren showed up. When we saw her walking up the hill towards us, the smirk that she had on her face was sinister. It was her signature devilish look that we'd come to recognize when Ren would pull one over on somebody, successfully stolen something, or had a devious plan that she wanted us to take part in. Usually, it involved swindling or stealing. This time, it was all 3 things. Down the hill, our collective families had been partying since noon. All of the kids were going to be sleeping in sleeping bags in my uncle's living room that night. We'd planned on watching movies, trading Pokemon on our Game Boys, but that never happened. Plans changed for 4 out of the 5 cousins when Ren presented the keys to her mom's minivan. She tells everyone the new plan is to sneak out, go for a joyride when the parents pass out. I'm the only cousin with enough brain cells to know that this is a bad idea. I said no before she even had the keys out of her pocket, but my other cousins aren't as bright as me. They went along with Ren's plan that night. I stayed in my sleeping bag, and I heard them giggling and whispering as they snuck out. A few minutes later, the minivan is in motion, and within moments of the engine turning on, Ren manages to immediately send the van over a hill in reverse with all of them inside. It made 3 barrel rolls and broke one of our cousins' legs. It injured everyone. All of them were in tears, and the broken leg was the worst of it, though. It took forever for the ambulance to get to the property. The leg looked like, well, it looked pretty fucked up. I remember the shin was bent all crazy. That night solidified me as the family's favorite cousin and number 1 on all of the relatives' wills without a doubt. The second story had by far worse consequences. I'm pretty sure that we were 14. It was Ren's birthday, and I was not allowed to stay for the sleepover. So my mom had picked me up. At around midnight, our house phone rings, and I hear my mom pick it up from her bedroom. It's my auntie calling from the emergency room, saying that Ren is in a coma. I'd get the first-hand story of what happened 3 days later, when Ren woke up. The plan that night was for them to sneak out, take a bus to the east side of Cleveland and go ghost hunting in one of the abandoned buildings that Wren had been obsessing over for months. She talked about it every chance she got, swearing she'd seen something move in the broken-out windows whenever she rode past. Her parents, for whatever reason, actually agreed to let her do it, as long as she wasn't alone. So it was Wren and 3 other girls, a VHS camcorder, and an old Ouija board that someone's older brother had stolen from a garage sale. I guess the place inside was worse than they expected. No signs and no indication of what it used to be, just a rotting husk of a building, all graffitied and broken glass. They didn't get more than a few minutes of footage before the camcorder battery died, which they thought was weird because it had been fully charged when they left. But Wren was determined. If she couldn't film anything, then she'd just have to get their proof another way. They found an office tucked away in one of the back halls. The desk was still there, warped and peeling, but sturdy enough to set a board down. And that's when things got strange. The planchette started moving almost immediately. At first they thought that it was just someone messing around, but then it picked up speed. A name spelled itself out. Dante. That's what they said, anyway. Wren was the one controlling the session, the only one who seemed excited when the board started answering random questions. The others got nervous fast. They kept hearing something in the building, a sound like metal dragging against concrete, slow and steady, but never stopping. But every time they shined the flashlight down the hall, there was nothing there. Then the board spelled out another message. Help me, here forever. That was enough for one of the girls. She let go and backed away. Eventually the others followed, but Wren stayed. They told me that she just sat there, staring at the board like she was waiting for it to say more. Then out of nowhere, she slumped forward. She didn't collapse, didn't seize up, just folded over the desk, her hands limp at her sides, like someone had flipped a switch and shut her off. At first they thought that she was playing around, but when she didn't respond, didn't even flinch when they shook her, they panicked. She was breathing, warm to the touch, but completely unresponsive. They had to run 3 blocks before they found a payphone to call for help. The paramedics couldn't explain it. She had no head trauma, no drugs or alcohol in her system, nothing that should have put her in a coma. She stayed like that, though, for 3 days. When she woke up, she said she didn't remember anything. Not the board, not the name it spelled out, not what happened before she passed out, but I don't think that's true. Because after she came home, she stopped talking about ghosts. She stopped sneaking out, stopped trying to convince everyone that she wasn't scared of anything. And sometimes, when she thought no one was looking, I'd catch her staring off into nothing, her eyes locked on a shadow that wasn't there. If I further pressed her about it, she would shake her head and tell me never mind or that it was nothing. But I could tell. She still heard or saw whatever it was, and whatever it was, it didn't appear to be done with her. Wren was sort of in this odd, catatonic state for years. She has since, I guess, moved on, but she really doesn't like talking about this. Almost tries to pretend it didn't happen. And if you ever bring up a Ouija board, well, she really gets upset. Definitely doesn't want to be in the presence of one. So yeah, something happened that night, and I'm just glad I wasn't there. This isn't a creepypasta or anything. This is a true story my dad told me, and one that he always swore by. In Tijuana, there was a demon-like creature that used to wander the streets, preying on the unhoused and women of the night. My dad's name is Carlos, and when he was in high school, there was a string of murders that happened, really putting the town on edge for about a month before everything got back to normal. Tijuana and easy living are opposites. Crime rates have always been high, but these murders were different. When the bodies would be found by the shop owner opening up in the morning, or a kid walking to school, all of them looked like they'd been mummified. Not with the white wraps. They looked like their insides had been sucked out, but their skin stayed intact. They looked petrified. They died with their eyes wide open, hands in front of their face. Police at the time had no leads, and the victims didn't have stab wounds or bullet holes. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. The first victim was found by garbage men. They found a deceased man lying on his back in the middle of the street. He was an anomaly, and the police were so stunned at what they'd seen, they didn't investigate it like a murder. The mummified bum became a celebrity for a day, and people young and old left their houses to see it at the station. By evening, the excitement wore down, and the town returned to its usual routine. A deli shop owner would find the second victim, huddled up against the metal exterior gate of his shop. Another member of the community found dead in the same horrific state wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the first. Police didn't prop this one up for locals to see, and they launched a real investigation, blocking off the street most of the day to gather evidence. Then, another body would be found, and another. By now, a few people had come forward as witnesses to seeing this thing, the one responsible. Local newspapers embellished their accounts, printing stories about a demon retrieving souls for El Diablo in hell. Other reports referred to it as the chupacabra. However, what people described didn't sound anything like a chupacabra. Not to mention, they wouldn't travel near urban areas. Witnesses said it was pure black, darker than the night around it. One person would come forward claiming that they watched it move interdimensionally, like from second to third. That was the report made by my dad when he was 16, and what he saw scared him more than anything he'd ever seen in the Mexican army. I won't go into detail about those things, but let's just say the cartel uses flesh like painters use paint. It's an art expressed with passion and an emphasis in detail. So, him saying this demon thing was scarier than that stuff was pretty wild to me. Carlos was on his bike. He'd just had a romantic evening with a girl whose name he'd forgotten, but it doesn't matter for the story. When Carlos enters the city, he always got off his bike and pushed it a little before he got to his house, because at that time of night, there weren't a lot of cars on the road. So the ones that were would speed up and down the roads, and after a handful of close calls, Carlos started walking his bike on the side of the streets, with a smile on his face this night. He was very accustomed to being in the city at night. He and his friends would often meet up to skateboard right when that started getting big in California. They'd skate after dark when there was less security, and overall, watchful eyes. So his trip home that night was nothing out of the ordinary when he began. There were still some people here and there, not enough to make the city feel alive, not enough to make a conversation audible in passing. Those still outside at that time of night were either quickly going inside one of the apartment buildings, or they lived outside and were sheltering in hiding spots out of sight. Either way, soon enough he was mostly alone. The streets around Carlos were as quiet as they were going to be for the next 24 hours, and all he could hear was the electric hum of the lamppost above him as he continued to push his bike towards home. But early into the final leg of his journey, Carlos started to feel spooked. Fear coiled around him, tightening with every step until he was barely making progress. Every few feet he was stopping to cautiously glance in all directions, as if he'd had a premonition that something evil was nearby. The hair stood up on his arms, and as much as he wanted to just get on his bike and ride home, his legs were barely walking. Jumping on a bike and starting to pedal required a level of confidence that he didn't have, not at that second, so he maintained the slow pace he was at. When Carlos randomly stopped again to look in all directions, on the same sidewalk he's on, he sees a formless shadow taking shape on the ground about 7 meters away. It had virtually no volume in its shape. It was like a shadow of a cloud was forming on the ground, and nothing above it. Nothing to make the shadow. But a dark one had formed on the concrete, all the same. Seeing this confuses Carlos, and he fully stopped, trying to figure out what was making that weird shadow on the ground. And then, from behind him, back in the direction he was walking, the harsh metal slam of an exit-only door makes Carlos turn. On the other sidewalk across the street from him, a young woman is leaving out the back door of a brick building from its alleyway. Before she gets to the sidewalk and turns left or right, the way she's walking from the alley, it's like she's walking facing towards Carlos. Not wanting to make the woman think he's staring at her, Carlos quickly averts his eyes back to the shadow cloud behind him on the side of the road. It's almost impossible to spot amongst the other shadows being casted. And if he hadn't already seen it form, my dad probably wouldn't have seen anything that happened next. So, as he's finding it again, he can hear the woman's high heels on the concrete. The pop noise of her heels echoes off the brick around her and sounds like she's walking in the direction opposite of him. They wouldn't have crossed paths because they were on the other sides of the street. But just as Carlos lays his eyes back on the shadow, it moves silently on the ground to where Carlos couldn't track it anymore, through the dark of an unlit road. He looks back up at the woman. She's not paying attention to anything going on around her. It's to be questioned if she even noticed Carlos on the other side of the road. There's a cigarette in her mouth, and she was digging around a big black and gold purse for a torch. The purse is held up by her left hand while she furiously pushed stuff around with the other hand. Then, under the illumination of a lamppost across the street, Carlos sees the shadow cloud again take form and start sliding towards the woman, like how he first saw it coming towards him. The woman still hadn't pulled her head out of her purse by the time the shadow gets to her. And that's when Carlos watches the shadow grow up out of its flat dimension. As it grew in volume, its shape was no longer resembling a cloud. It now looked like a beast out of nightmares, with a tornado of black around it that melted into the ground. Its face elongated and hooked like a beak. The swirl moving around it moved with immense force, but none of the litter in the road was disturbed, and the woman didn't notice. Its beak opened, and the woman dropped her purse. Carlos described what he saw happen by saying an aurora borealis-like thing, only gray and blue, was pulled from the woman. The black creature absorbed the essence like a vacuum. Her skin aged centuries in a matter of seconds, and then she collapsed to the ground. The creature sank back into the black tornado, and the tornado dropped back into a shadow on the ground next to the lifeless woman. Carlos had a surge of do or die, and he hopped onto his bike, pedaling as fast as he could until he got home. Completely exhausted, he called the police from his home and made the report. My dad never spoke of that night again, not until he told me. Even then, he told me because I asked him directly about the story in the newspaper, about the reports of a demon roaming the streets of Tijuana. He recounted it as fact, not legend, and he swore that every detail he shared was true. He still remembers the exact spot where the shadow emerged, where the woman fell, but he's never gone back. Not even in the daylight would he pass that same spot. My dad says that some things aren't meant to be understood, and he believes what he saw that night was proof of it, whether it was a demon, a curse, or something beyond human comprehension. It certainly isn't of this world as we know it. Whatever it was, he says, it wasn't done And when I asked him what he meant by that, he looked at me and said, "Things like that don't just stop. They wait." So I've never seen a ghost, but I had an experience with a Ouija board as a teenager that still haunts me. Even now, as a skeptical atheist, I have no idea how to explain what happened that night. I was 15, having a sleepover with friends like typical teenagers. We wanted to scare ourselves, so we pulled out a Ouija board. At first, nothing exciting happened. Just random movements. We all assumed that we were shaking or just doing it by accident. But then something changed. The planchette became more deliberate. We had asked for a name, and it spelled out Ian. And then it started saying something about my mom, but none of us understood what it meant. We were dumbass kids looking for a thrill, so we pushed further. We asked Ian to prove himself. "Can you move something? Can you touch one of us? Can you lift one of us up?" And then I felt something, an icy chill starting at my feet, slowly crawling up my body. It wasn't just cold, it was something else, something that settled deep in my bones. I sat cross-legged, barely breathing, and too afraid to move. 2 of my friends were in front of me at the Ouija board. My 3rd friend was across the room on the bed, rolling her eyes at us. She could see all of us from where she sat. My back was against the wall with no one behind me. And then without warning, I felt a hand press firmly against my back and shove me forward. I screamed. My friend on the bed screamed louder. She'd just watched my shirt yank violently upward, like something had grabbed the fabric and pulled. I shot to my feet. My whole body was literally shaking. "Okay, thank you, Ian. We're done," I stammered. I pushed the planchette to goodbye, and I refused to touch the board again after that. That night, as I laid in bed, I felt that same ice-cold sensation wash over me. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, grateful that I could move, but I could see the covers rising, slowly, as if something underneath them was lifting them up. I squeezed my eyes shut, told myself that I was imagining things, but the chill stayed, the unnatural kind of cold that I couldn't shake. Finally, I had enough. I got up, sat in front of the Ouija board, alone this time, not touching it, and whispering, "Please stop." The cold faded, but I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I still felt off. My back burned where I'd felt the hand. When I looked in the mirror, my stomach dropped. There were 3 distinct red marks across my skin, like fingerprints, and they stayed there for days. I asked my mom to pick me up first thing in the morning. On the way home, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, so I blurted out, "Have you ever had anything paranormal happen to you?" She didn't even hesitate. "Well," she said, "there was Ian." I froze. She told me about her high school boyfriend, Ian, who had died in a car accident. After his death, people kept seeing her at his grave, even when she was nowhere near it. Her mom and sister once walked right up to a girl that they swore was her, but the second they got close, she disappeared. I have no way to explain what happened that night. I don't know what was reaching out to me or why, but I do know one thing. Stay the hell away from Ouija boards. I've always had this thing about trusting my gut. My mom used to tell me, "Your instincts will protect you when nothing else can." I never really thought much about it until the night at Hannah's sleepover. There were 5 of us, all friends from school, crammed into her living room with sleeping bags, snacks, and movies. The night was going great until around midnight. Anna pulled out some old dusty Ouija board from under her couch. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. Everyone else squealed with excitement, but I just sat there, frozen. I don't know why, but I immediately felt uneasy. Something about that board didn't sit right with me. "Come on, it'll be fun," Anna said, setting the board down on a coffee table. "Don't be such a baby." I forced a smile, but my gut was screaming at me. "Don't do it. Just don't." "I think I'll sit this one out," I mumbled, pretending to be more interested in my phone. The girls laughed, teasing me about being scared, but I didn't care. I was kind of used to it, and something inside me told me to stay as far away from that board as possible. So I stayed on the couch while they huddled around the board, giggling as they placed their fingers on the planchette. They asked typical questions. "Is anyone here with us? What's your name?" And for a while, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, just a slight shift. But then it started sliding across the board, spelling out words that none of them could explain. I watched from the couch. I was freaked out. The air in the room felt heavy and thick, and the girls' laughter had faded, replaced by nervous whispers. "What's it saying?" someone asked. Her voice was shaky. The board spelled out, "Go away." Suddenly, the room felt colder, and the lights flickered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I looked at all of the girls to see what their reaction was. The other girls all looked at each other, wide-eyed. But instead of stopping, they kept going, pushing the board for more answers. "Who are you?" Hannah asked. The planchette moved again, faster this time. It spelled out a name, Eli. None of us knew anyone by that name. Then, without warning, the lights went out completely. This caused everyone to scream. I jumped off the couch. My heart was racing now, but I couldn't see anything. There was a strange noise like scratching coming from the walls. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The lights flickered back on, and when they did, all the girls were pale, their hands still on the board. Hannah was crying, and the planchette was spinning in circles, moving so fast I thought it might fly off the board. "I think we should stop," one of the girls whispered. They all pulled their hands away at once, and the board went still. No one said a word for what felt like forever. The room felt wrong, like something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel that lingering presence of something that I couldn't see. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did anyone else. In the morning, everyone packed up their things in silence, and quickly too shaken to talk about what had happened. A few days later, I found out that Hannah had been having nightmares ever since that night. Dreams about a man standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. Another girl said that she kept hearing scratches at her window, even though nothing was there when she looked. Me, I never experienced anything. Not a single nightmare, not a single strange sound. It was like I'd been spared. I think about that night sometimes, how close I came to joining them just to avoid their ridicule. I don't know what they encountered, but I know one thing for sure. I was lucky. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I didn't let peer pressure pull me in. Whatever they let in that night, I'm just grateful it never came for me. I was 22 when I saw something I can't explain. I've kept it to myself for years, but I still think about it almost every day. At the time, I lived in a tiny studio apartment in a rundown building downtown. The place had paper-thin walls, flickering fluorescent lights in the hallways, and a weird draft that I could never quite pinpoint. It was late, past midnight, and I'd been up writing. I just started my first book and was making decent progress. But that night, the words weren't coming. I was tired, frustrated, and decided to take a break. I stepped outside into the narrow alleyway behind my building. It wasn't much of a view, just a brick wall and a few dumpsters, but it was quiet. I lit a cigarette and stared at the ground, trying to clear my mind. And that's when I heard something rustling in the shadows near the dumpsters. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or a stray cat. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark and muttering something like, "Hey, shoo." But whatever it was didn't run. Instead, the rustling stopped. And that's when I saw it. It was crouched low, its skin pale, almost translucent, like it hadn't seen sunlight in years. Its body was wiry and twisted, with limbs too long for its frame. I was blinking profusely, trying to figure out if I was really seeing this thing. And then I saw its eyes, large and reflective, catching the faint light of a nearby street lamp. And then a smile. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The thing tilted its head, like it was studying me. I watched it crawl towards me, its movements jerky, unnatural, like it was trying to mimic how a person might move, but it just didn't quite know how to do that. I stumbled back, dropping my cigarette. My mind was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. It got within a few feet of me, close enough that I could see that it was real, and close enough to see the way its ribs jutted out from its chest. And then it stopped. It stared at me for what felt like forever. And then I watched it scurry up the wall beside me, just like that, and faster than anything I'd ever seen. Hands and feet pressed against the brick like some kind of giant insect. It disappeared onto the roof within seconds. And then I was left in the quiet again. I bolted back into my apartment, locking the door and shoving a chair under the handle for good measure. I sat there with my back against the wall, shaking, until the sun came up. I didn't sleep for days. To this day, I have no idea what I saw. I've gone over it in my head 1,000 times, trying to rationalize it. A hallucination from too much caffeine, a dream I mistook for reality. But it felt real, the way it looked, the sounds it made, the way it moved, and I can't shake it. I moved out of that building a year later, but no amount of distance has ever made me feel fully safe from whatever it was. Does anyone truly believe that they've seen a supernatural or alien being? When I was 17, I believe I saw a demon. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty. I went into the kitchen to get some water, which wasn't unusual. When I walked into the kitchen and flipped on the light, I saw what I can only describe as a large, golem-looking creature. It looked at me in the face, and it screeched. A noise I can never replicate, but I'll never forget. Then, it crawled on the walls into the unlit part of the house. Well, after confirming I wasn't sleeping or dreaming, I ran into my room, turned on music, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I've only told a handful of people about it, and yes, I'm completely serious. I'm not out here trying to get anyone to believe in demons or anything like that. I'm honestly just wondering how many people out there have had similar things happen to them. It can make you feel crazy at times. I had a curse put on me over some dumb stuff. I accidentally offended a girl I was taking out on a date, and she went crazy on me like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One minute she's this fine, put-together woman speaking to me in a cute, mousy voice. The next moment she transforms into some psycho, Louisiana voodoo, deep-growling lunatic. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head like the Undertaker, and she was spitting while jabbering some crazy stuff at me. She was acting way out of pocket, so I was like, "What are you doing?" And she says, curse on you," and pushes me out of her apartment. I understand why she got upset, but I think she was overreacting by putting a curse on me. Especially since things started happening, and they still do to this day. It's been around 10 years now, and I'm still feeling burdened by this curse. How long can a curse last? Do I need to find this girl on social media, ask her to reverse it? I'm only writing this right now because I felt the effects of the curse again today. At least I think that's what it was. I don't tell anyone I'm cursed, but I've been making mental and physical notes about incidents so absurd that they had to be from the curse. There's also been a pattern of turquoise-colored items being directly involved. So much so that I instinctively avoid turquoise-colored objects now, associating them with bad luck. A little while ago, my bro Lotto was over. We were smoking on my back deck. I didn't have a lighter on me, so he handed me his. It was a palm-to-palm transaction. I didn't see the color of the lighter before my thumb sparked it up. It took 3 flicks, and then the lighter exploded in my hand like a stick of dynamite, burning a decent portion of my palm. I've never had a lighter explode in my hand before. The pieces that weren't charred were neon turquoise. I'm typing this with my right hand wrapped up in gauze and duct tape, basically whatever I could find around the house. Lotto said I should go to the emergency room, and if the pain gets worse, I think I might need to take myself there tonight. So yeah, a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand a few hours ago. But a few months back, I was at the bank applying for a loan. The second I saw the woman that I was talking to was wearing a turquoise blouse, I knew I wasn't getting that loan. Let's rewind a bit. The next day after I was cursed, I tried to brush it off, but it was pretty fresh in my mind. I went about my day cautiously, playing it safe, looking both ways before crossing the street, making sure no buses were coming to catch me slipping. But with all my focus on my surroundings, I failed to notice the shady behavior of a young man in the courtyard of my apartment complex. I was walking back from the corner store thinking I was home free, when out of nowhere, this dude in a Charlotte Hornets jersey, who I'd never seen before, pulls out a gun and says, "Run them pockets." My arms were weighed down by grocery bags, so I had to stand there and let him rob me, pulling out my phone and wallet with his cheap gun waving in my face. He ran off, and that same day, I was riding my bike around, looking for him. I had a blade and just needed to get the jump on him before he could get his gun ready. As I passed between buildings scanning alleyways, I felt my adrenaline pumping. Then, I made eye contact with someone coming towards me down the alley. I had full control of the situation, or so I thought. It wasn't the assailant. It was a scared Asian man behind the wheel of a taxi. His car had yellow sides, but the hood that I was about to get wiped by was turquoise. A replacement hood, I guess. I rolled across the hood and couldn't help but notice the reoccurring turquoise theme. The guy was more pissed off than concerned about my well-being. And he was right. I wasn't in the bike lane. I had to drag my wrecked bike home with 2 bent wheels. It was unsalvageable. My mom made me throw it out anyway. I never saw that dude in the Hornets jersey again. A few weeks later, I started seeing this girl, Tammy. One day, I climbed through her window like some Romeo stuff. Her parents were asleep down the hall, so we had to be quiet. We're making out, moving towards her bed, when I noticed this weird bird cage in the corner. It housed 3 turquoise parakeets. As we got closer to the bed, those birds started banging their beaks on the cage like prisoners tapping on bars. The more noise they made, the more Tammy freaked out, saying, "They've never done this before." What's wrong with them? I could tell the mood was killed, so I started slowly backing toward the window. The birds were losing it. Tammy, for some reason, unlocked the cage. And when she did, those 3 parakeets flew at me like bats out of hell. They landed on me, pecking and flapping like I stole their eggs. Tammy started screaming, and I was swatting at these crazy birds trying to get the window open again. I knocked one against the wall, not really on purpose, and Tammy saw it. She completely lost it then. The lights came on, and her dad was standing in the doorway. Before I knew it, he had me in a big bear hug, dragging me out of her room, down the stairs, and out the front door. He dropped me at the end of the property and said, "You cross this line again, you're dead." I had to walk home that night with one shoe. Fast forward a few years later, the grocery store that I'd shopped at started using turquoise plastic bags for a promotion. I was horrified, but I bit my lip and told myself it's just a color. On my way to the car, a runaway shopping cart full of groceries smashed into my car's taillight. And of course, that cart belonged to an old man who couldn't afford to fix the damage, so I had to shove the broken taillight back into place and drive home. I never went back to that store again, though. There's more, but I'll skip to the most recent events before today. I was babysitting my nephew, Davion, who's hyperactive. I was cooking breakfast when SpongeBob came on. He screamed the theme song, then sat quietly watching the show. But then, his whole body stiffened up, and it looked like he was having a seizure. I dropped everything and ran over. As I touched him, I got a massive electric shock that locked me up. Thankfully, I'd grabbed his shirt, and when I fell, I pulled him off the outlet. Paramedics arrived, and Davion made it through okay. But when I investigated what had happened, I found my pocket knife stuck in the outlet, along with a puddle of spilled water. Turns out Davion had knocked his cup over while sticking the metal nail file into the socket. And yes, there was a turquoise character flashing on the screen when it all happened. Now, here I am, hours after a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand. The burn on my palm is killing me, and I think I'm going to go get it checked out, but seriously, this can't be a coincidence, right? How do I get rid of a curse? And can I do it without contacting this girl? She scares me, obviously. Well, thanks for the no help on breaking the curse. Most people just asked what I did to deserve it. At least we can agree I'm cursed. So, here's the story. I met this girl while hustling demos at the mall. She'd just moved into town for college, and it just so happened to be the same college that I was pretending to attend. She was struggling with calculus, so I offered to tutor her. We exchanged numbers, and I played it cool for a few days before hitting her up. It was her birthday next week, and she didn't know anyone in town yet except her cousin, but I didn't know that. I figured she wouldn't have any birthday plans, so I bought a pizza, a 2-liter of Pepsi, and a slice of cake from the corner store. On my way to her place, I passed by a memorial for a kid who had gotten hit by a stray bullet. The memorial was covered in flowers, stuffed bears, balloons, all that stuff. I got the bright idea to grab a few flowers, maybe a balloon, for her birthday. When I got to her place, she was into me, happy to see me even. But then she saw the flowers, and I got to see that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing start to happen. Instead of taking them, her expression changed. She wasn't smiling. And she starts going crazy, demanding to know where I got those flowers. I tell her I picked them up at the store, but she calls me a disgusting liar. She tells me that she put those flowers on her cousin's memorial just this morning, and that she knows I'm lying. She escalated, so I doubled down, telling her that we must have gotten them from the same store. But, of course, I was made aware that her flowers came from a small garden, one that her cousin had kept in the backyard. And that's when she tells me that I have no soul, that I'm the equivalent of human garbage. And then her eyes rolled back into the back of her head, like I mentioned. And she cursed me. She took things too far, right? Now here I am, a decade later, still feeling the residual effects of an impulsive decision made by an immature person. How do I break this curse? I cannot be this screwed for the rest of my life. When I was 7 years old, I saw something I was never really able to explain. It was 1987, a hot summer day in our small town, and I was playing alone outside. Back then, no one worried much about kids roaming in their own neighborhood. I had my bike and a whole street to myself. The sun was bright, the sky clear, and everything felt safe. Until I saw it. I didn't know what it was, couldn't have known. I only knew that it wasn't right. It was standing near the edge of the road, just beyond my house, in the shade of a giant oak tree. I remember being drawn to it at first, as if curiosity was stronger than fear, stronger than my own good sense. And there was something off about it. From a distance, it looked almost human, but there was an oddness to its movements, jerky, unnatural, like a puppet pulled on strings. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, with long arms that hung too low, almost brushing the ground. Its skin almost translucent, and it had no face, no eyes, no mouth. Just smooth skin where a face should have been. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. My throat clenched shut. Even from where I stood, I felt its gaze. Though it had no eyes to see me, I felt it. I wasn't sure why I didn't just run back into the house. I should have. But instead, I watched. I felt like I had to watch. And that's when it did something I can't explain. Its head tilted to the side, as if considering me. Then it stretched out one impossibly long arm and pointed at the street, at the cars that zoomed by, their wheels kicking up dust and heat. My heart hammered in my chest, the sound of it almost drowning out everything else. But I heard it, a voice. In my head. It wasn't my voice, but it was inside my mind all the same. Run, it whispered. Run now. My feet shuffled forward, just a step, and then another. The voice grew louder, more insistent. Run fast, run into the road. I shook my head, trying to fight it, but my legs were moving, pulling me toward the street. I could feel the ground beneath me, the rough gravel crunching under my sneakers, but I couldn't stop. The thing under the tree, it wasn't just pointing now. It was beckoning, urging me forward with slow, rhythmic motions. Another car roared past, and it was so close I could feel a gust of wind as it passed. I was just inches from the street, from stepping into the path of oncoming traffic, and still, the voice, that thing, told me to keep going. Then suddenly, a horn blared, snapping me out of the trance. I stopped dead, my toes just inches from the asphalt. My heart felt like it was about to explode. The car passed in a blur, and I stumbled backwards. My legs suddenly weak, like I couldn't support my own weight. When I looked back toward the oak tree, the thing was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there at all. I ran home after that, sobbing, but I never told anyone. Who would believe me? A demon, a monster. No one else saw it. No one else heard it. They would have said that it was my imagination, or that I'd been dreaming. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. For years, I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, that my young mind had played a trick on me. But that voice, the way it crawled into my thoughts, the way it nearly controlled me, I couldn't shake it. I couldn't forget how real it was, how close I came to stepping into that traffic, as if I had no choice. It was only later, when I was much older, that I began to understand. I stumbled across an old book about demons and spirits, things that prey on the weak, on the innocent. They thrive on fear, confusion, vulnerability of children especially. And I knew, deep down, that's what it was. Some kind of demon, something from another world sent to trick me, to pull me into death's hands. I've never seen it again, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I feel like it's watching me, like it's waiting. There's a dark corner in my room, just beyond the reach of the light, and I can't help but glance at it every now and then, because what if it's there? What if it's still waiting for me to make one wrong move? I never did walk near that oak tree anymore, not since that day in 1987, but sometimes, on quiet afternoons, I swear I can feel it, just beyond my edge of vision, waiting for another chance to finish what it started. When I was 17, I'm convinced I saw something otherworldly. Maybe it was a demon. I don't expect everyone or anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not even sure how to make sense of it myself. But every time I think back to that night, the details come rushing back, like it just happened. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning when I woke up, thirsty. The kind of thirst that pulls you out of sleep and nags at you until you do something about it. The house was dead silent, and that kind of quiet feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. Everyone was asleep, and I didn't want to make any noise, so I slipped out of bed, groggy, and shuffled down the hallway towards the kitchen. The hallway felt unnaturally long. I brushed it off, chalked it up to being half asleep. The darkness was thick, clinging to the walls like a living thing, but I ignored that too, flipping on the kitchen light as I entered. And that's when I saw it. Standing by the fridge in the corner of my eye was this thing. At first I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. You know how your brain tries to make sense of shadows when you're tired. But this wasn't a shadow. It was hunched over, pale and looking slim. Its skin stretched tight over its bones. It wasn't human. There was no mistaking that. But its head jerked towards me and I froze. I locked eyes with it, and that's when I knew that this wasn't a nightmare that I could wake up from. Its eyes, yellow, sunken, and cold, looked straight into mine. Its face was twisted, grotesque, almost skeletal, but with a thin layer of slick, oily skin. The creature stood on 2 spindly legs, but it wasn't stable, like it was always ready to collapse or crawl. I think the worst part was its mouth, this jagged, gaping maw filled with teeth. It looked too sharp and too numerous for its small face. It opened its mouth even wider, its chest heaving like it was struggling to breathe. And then it let out this scream. Not a scream, a screech. High-pitched, like metal scraping against metal, but also raw and guttural. The sound tore through me, my whole body locked up, paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. All I could do was stand there, staring at it as it screeched again. I don't know how long we stood there, seconds, minutes, before it suddenly bolted. It moved in a way that no living thing should. It didn't run. It crawled, fast and jerky, across the walls like gravity didn't apply to it. It scurried towards the unlit part of the house, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. The light in the kitchen flickered as it vanished, leaving me standing there, my heart pounding so loud that it echoed in my ears. I couldn't breathe right. My chest was tight and my throat was dry. I felt rooted in this spot for what felt like forever, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. But nothing made sense. I finally snapped out of it and bolted back to my room. I slammed the door, locked it, and turned on my music as loud as I could, trying to drown out the memory of that screech. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. How could I? Every creak in the house, every shift of the floorboards made me jump, convinced that that thing would crawl out of the shadows and come for me. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. What would I say? I saw a creature, a demon. Even now, it sounds insane when I say it out loud. I've only ever shared this story with a few people, and each time I tell it, the same chill runs down my spine. I'm not here to convince anyone that demons are real or to start some debate. I just want to know if anyone out there has ever seen something like it, because it makes you feel like you're losing your mind, like maybe what you saw wasn't real. But deep down, you know it was, and that's the scariest part of all. I grew up being told that a demon haunted the women in my family. The story goes back to the 1800s and states that the demon continuously tried to possess one of us until someone in the next generation catches its eye. My mom was an unwell, single parent, so I stayed with my grandmother most of the time, especially when Mom was having an episode. I know this sounds like mental illness. I thought it was schizophrenia at one point, but bear with me. People with serious mental illness don't wake up cured one day, especially when they've never sought treatment. My grandmother used to have the same episodes. She would go through periods where she didn't sleep because of awful nightmares. She wouldn't eat because everything looked disgusting, and she stopped cleaning herself because all of the water was dirty in her eyes. Sometimes she saw other people as the demons, and things could get violent if not handled properly. When my mom turned 17, she started experiencing all of the same delusions, and my grandmother never had another episode again. The same thing happened each generation before as well. I don't know how to explain that. I spent most of my teen years in constant fear. My mom was already considered old for the switch to happen at 17. My grandmother was only 14 when it happened. After graduation, I went away to college, made friends, got a life, and it suddenly felt kind of insane to believe a demon was going to come after me. I got so angry with my mom, my grandmother for scaring me like that. I skipped going home for Christmas that year. By summer break, I was less bitter and agreed to come home. I even stayed with my mom because I had every intention of talking to her about getting treatment. Ideally, I would have waited a few days and chosen my moment, but I had an awful nightmare on day 2. In my dream, I was laying in bed, wide awake. Then I rolled onto my back. I saw something standing in the far corner. It was too dark to see its features, but its head was just under the ceiling, and I could make out its arms and legs. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. It felt like something was wrapped around my throat. I kept waiting for it to come out of the shadows, but it never did. Eventually, my alarm went off and I woke up. It wasn't enough to make me a believer, but it legitimately scared me. I've never been one to remember my dreams. Most of the time, it's like I don't dream at all.
but I remembered every detail of that one, like it really happened. It freaked me out so bad I immediately told my mom, and the regret was instant. She cried hard. She also told my grandmother, who came over to cry with her. They said that's how it always starts when the demon moves on. That summer was hell. I didn't sleep for weeks at a time. When I did, the nightmares were unbearable. The demon would always start off in the corner, but the more I had the dream, the closer he would get to the bed. His form always varies with each dream, so does the locations. But I always know it's him. Staying awake pushes him back. During these stretches of nightmares, food is intolerable. It's hard to describe because it all smells and looks the same, but my response changes. The same with water. It's suddenly the exact same reaction as if someone had asked me to eat a bowl of maggots or bathe in mud. There's no way. The reverse is also true. Rotten, poisonous things suddenly look like a feast, and a tar pit could seem like a sauna. Oh, and to this day, my mom hasn't had another episode. She's like a new woman, but back then I didn't believe hers were finished, and I was determined not to be like her. I was going to get help, prove that this was all some mental illness. My mom and grandmother begged me not to, and that only fueled my conviction. Again, the regret was nearly instant. None of the medications had any effect whatsoever, and I was committed on 2 separate occasions, which led to my dropping out of college. I just couldn't keep up with the work, with life. I should have started my senior year of college this last fall, but now I work at a gas station, and I still live with my mother. I stopped throwing money away on treatment after my last 72-hour hold. There's no combination of meds I haven't tried, and being sedated through those nightmares was the worst experience of my life. The demon talked to me, made me promises, and threatened me. During the first year, I used to swear that I would never have kids of my own. But the longer this goes on, the more I want it to end, no matter what. When I was 12, I spent 2 months in a foster home while my mom went through rehab. Ed and Patty were a nice older couple, nothing like some of the horror stories that you would hear. I was the only child in their home at the time, and they treated me like family. The only problem was that the property was haunted. Patty warned me on the first night, but I chalked it up to her being old and kooky. However, by the end of the second week, I had become a believer. It started with wet footprints at the foot of my bed. There was a large pond on the property, but I hadn't been anywhere near it to track in water. I asked Patty about it, and she said that the spirit, this thing was a little more than a spirit, though, was just checking me out. That if I ignored it, it would ignore me. Sure enough, it stopped after 3 days. I didn't know what to make of it, but if they were gone, that was good enough for me. Ed was an avid fisherman, and he'd let me join him when I got home from school. I asked if I could swim in the pond, but he said no, because another kid almost drowned a few years before. The boy's older sister jumped in to save him, and he said something had pulled him under. Ed and Patty blamed the spirits and forbade anyone else from swimming. I wasn't even allowed to go near the water unless one of them was with me. That weekend, we spent most of Saturday fishing, but we were throwing back our catches. I walked up to the water's edge to release a small bass, and I saw a misshapen face staring up at me. It was twisted and mangled, like someone smashed the skull and moved all the pieces around. I screamed like a little girl. I thought there was an actual body in the pond, but when I looked back, it was gone. According to Ed, I wasn't the first one to see it. He called it Billy, after the zombie guy in Hocus Pocus, but Patty didn't like giving it a name. A few days later, we watched a movie before bed, and the temperature dropped like we'd walked into a freezer. Patty handed me a blanket and said it would pass soon. 5 minutes later, the temperature was back to normal. A few more uneventful days passed, and then all of the hallway doors randomly opened and closed, simultaneously, all while I was getting ready for bed. Patty came to check on me and reminded me to keep ignoring it. I asked what would happen if we didn't ignore it, and she said, "The more energy we give it, the more mischief it can make." I think she used the word mischief so that she wouldn't scare me, but I kinda wish she would have scared me, because now I was just intrigued. I'd gotten comfortable there, and it made me feel braver than I was. That night, I tried talking to the spirit, or whatever it was. Nothing answered, but there were more wet footprints on my floor the next morning. This time, they were right in front of the nightstand, like it stood over me while I slept. I didn't tell anyone about it. Instead, I kept talking to it. And that night, I woke up to a hand trailing down the side of my face. I was lying on my side, and I opened my eyes to see a pair of wet, gray feet and emaciated legs standing at my bedside. My entire body was frozen, but I didn't want to move anyway. The last thing I wanted was to see what the rest of it looked like, so I clamped my eyes shut again. Its hand left a cold, wet streak down my face, but it didn't physically hurt me. After what seemed like a long time, I heard its footsteps leave, and I got up to shut my bedroom door. I slipped on the puddle of water it left behind, but at least it was gone. That was the last time I tried to engage with it. I told Patty everything the next morning, and she let me sleep on the floor in their bedroom for a few nights. There were still the occasional, small occurrences, but nothing ever touched me again. Thank God. I don't think I could have handled it a second time. When I was little, I saw spirits often, and I communicated with them too. And it used to terrify my parents when my imaginary friend, Galen, would tell me things that no 3-year-old should have known. I realized when I was probably 5 or 6 that I could see things other people couldn't, and it didn't bother me until one night in particular. And it was after that night that I somehow closed off the part of me that was open to seeing things. When I got a little bit older, I let my guard down a bit and started seeing again, but infrequently. Now I'll tell you what happened. I woke up during the night because I heard what I can only describe as a whispered, evil laugh. I was about 11 years old, and it was the only time I've ever experienced sleep paralysis. At first, I thought someone in my family was playing a joke on me and had snuck into my room. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I couldn't move, and I felt suddenly claustrophobic. I was trapped in my body. I could see out of the corner of my eye a figure coming towards my bed. It was made of darkness, and I don't know what else to say to describe it, because still, 20 years later, I'm utterly terrified by what I saw. If I wrote it down, I'd have a sleepless night and nightmares. What I will say, though, is that the thing was not from this planet, and it never was. It came from hell itself, I can only assume. And don't ask me how I know that. I just do. Eventually, I think I passed out from fear, and when I woke up the next morning, I didn't tell a soul. When something bothers me like that, I have the tendency to stop speaking for a few days. I know I went mute for about a week. Whatever that thing was, and why it sought me out, I'll never know. But I felt, and I feel, scarred. tainted by the memory of that night. Imagine someone touched your very soul and left an ugly black mark on it. That's how deeply affected by that experience I am. And that's the first time I've ever told anyone about it.